Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes are sweet and sexy. Have fun, enjoy the journey. Or just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw.
Gloria Maroney is presiding. When you hear your name, please step forward. Judge
cool here in the
the
shade, sipping motions of lemonade.
Sandy Coffin.
Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live.
Sandy Coffin versus
where
the
is
state
Melanie?
police.
Follow the island's melody. Is a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin. It's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Mashegas. Ridiculousness that insanus. Holy bay markers. Pro said, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Word on docket 2531 CR001811. You're being charged on or about May 9th, 2025. The town of Easton with uninsured motor vehicle.
Good morning. We have an unexpected Zoom hearing this morning, so I came on early. Gregory Groom is scheduled for a probable cause hearing in Taunton.
Commonwealth, do you have no offer to resolve this?
Let me just take that down because there's a bunch of other cases on the docket. And I had to switch the Zoom because it was moved to a different courtroom. Gregory Groom is accused with the murder of Kylee Monteiro. So I'm trying to listen to this and hopefully we'll be able to cut to that live because it's on Zoom. It's not, you can't hear the audio for that right now, can you? Maybe you can because they had it up. I'm hoping we got the right Zoom because they moved to courtroom 1. How is everyone? How's everyone? It's the same judge, though, for the courtroom that I was just in. Hang on. They're dealing with some traffic infractions right now. Might as well sit in, right? Because it's hard for me to listen and talk to you guys at the same time. So we are waiting for Gregory Groom's case to be called.
Your Honor, there was a summons sent to 2 addresses on that matter. No response.
Okay, not returned?
No.
Okay, default.
Warrant to issue. Scott Kell. Scott Kell. No response, Your Honor. No indication of a return as well.
All right, default.
Warrant to issue.
Oh, issuing warrants for people who don't show up in court.
Gina Willett.
Love it.
Gina Willett. Summons sent, not returned.
Default.
Warrant to issue. I'm sorry?
There's no address there.
There's a bunch of cases on for 9, so we're just waiting for Gregory Groom. And they did say, do you want him brought into the courtroom?
Thank you. 11 Harrison. 11 Harrison is the Place where the summons was sent, apartment 1.
Okay. Okay. Default.
Warrant to issue. Alvin Ribeiro Mendez. Summons sent, not returned.
Default to issue.
Warrant.
Wow.
Michael Sweeney. Mr. Sweeney, on docket 2531 CR 001809, you're being charged on about March 21st, 2025 in the city of Taunton. Drug possession, Class A, uninsured motor vehicle, registration suspended, and inspection sticker violation. Not guilty, please will enter.
Morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Commonwealth, there does not appear to be a prior record on this.
Yeah, I think we would still just be looking for a bail warning now.
Okay, you're looking for a date?
Yes.
Does he qualify?
Did not check in as far as I'm
Did you go to probation to see if you qualify for court-appointed counsel?
No, not yet. I came right in as I was coming through the doors.
Okay.
They were calling court.
I'm going to send you to probation and do an evaluation, and when you come back, if you qualify, I'll give you a lawyer.
All right, thank you.
Okay? All right, call that again.
Further call. Jessica Young. Jessica Young. Summons sent, not returned, Your Honor.
Default.
Warrant.
Usually they.
Okay.
Gregory Groom.
Here we go, Gregory Groom.
Good morning, counsel.
Witness present.
Okay.
Morning, Your Honor. URYNA ZARUTZSKA.
Good morning, Commonwealth.
Yes, suggested, wait for 30 days and, on for, on 12/24.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth is asking for a 6-week date. The matter is assigned to ADA on us and ADA, Muley and Kirsch. There is obviously an agreement for a 6-week date. It would be agreeable for the 10/24 date.
10/24? Okay.
And I have a motion, as part of my motion. What's going to allow, there's one copy for you, but you sent it out.
Will do.
I did not see that.
It's the next paragraph.
$10.24 for probable cause.
Motion's allowed. The matter goes to 10/24. Probable cause hearing, courtroom 1, same terms and conditions.
All right, well, that's it. It didn't actually happen. But I wanted to bring it to you just in case it did happen. That was supposed to be the probable cause hearing for Gregory Groom, who is accused of the murder of his pregnant girlfriend, Kylee Monteiro, but that has just been rescheduled to October 24th. Courtroom 1. I'll have to write down my same Zoom information so that we can come back and cover it then. You never know what's going to happen in court. And that judge wasn't having any of it because people who didn't show up for first call, she was issuing warrants for their arrest. So don't screw around in Taunton District Court. If you have to go to Taunton District Court, make sure that you're there at 9 o'clock. Otherwise, she will issue a warrant for your arrest. All the judges I've ever had experience with will do a second call and they'll be like, okay, second call. And then around 10, they'll call the calendar again, give people a little chance to get there. But not that judge. She was having none of it. Kelly Obligate, thank you so much for your very generous $50 super chat to start off the morning. We started a little early. If you're late, don't worry. You didn't miss anything. Says, good morning, cupcakes from the Pacific Northwest. It's early for work, but I love having Melanie live for my drive into the courthouse. Thank you, Kelly. That is super generous of you. Good morning. Good morning. Allegedly, he did confess, Denise Michelle, but, you know, he can always claim it was coerced. They don't have enough probable cause, lots of things. He's not pleading guilty. I think he pled not guilty. So or pleaded, not guilty, pleaded, pled, pleaded, tomato. And so, like every other defendant, innocent until proven guilty, regardless of a confession. And so here we are. Here we are. Renee became a new member. Welcome. All right. Well, buckle up, buttercups, because we have a busy morning ahead of us. Lots and lots and lots of things to discuss. I was originally set for 9:30, so I'm going to give some people another chance to come in, or a little bit more of an opportunity to come in. And today's hat is, thank you, Mitchell, Dead and Company, Playing in the Sand. I don't know. It looks like, can't really read the date without taking the hat off, but I think it says 2009. I think. So Dead and Company, involving John Mayer and some other members of the Grateful Dead, used to play in Cancun every winter. I think it was January or February. And it was like a destination concert thing and lots of fun. And then when the panty happened, I think it was 2021, John Mayer was like, yeah, no, I don't want to go to Mexico during the C-19 that we're not allowed to talk about on YouTube. And so they kind of stopped doing it. Now they do like a Bob Weir and Friends thing. Hold on. And they also do Dave Matthews and Tim Reynolds every year, which I go to every year. In Cancun, it's a destination concert at a resort, 3 nights on the beach of concerts and a lot of fun. And you have to be staying at the resort to go. And I highly recommend if anybody's into Dave Matthews, because it is like in the sand. The stage is in the sand, and then to your right is the water. People can hang out in the water and watch the concerts. Dave Matthews plays a different show every single night, often like the Grateful Dead used to do. You would never see the same set list twice. So you could go to eight shows in a row. And Gen X 1968 says, yeah, I've seen Bob Weir and Friends a lot. I miss Rat Dog. Rat Dog was Bob Weir's band that I loved the most. I miss it very much. I remember going to see them in Jamaica. They played in Negril, I want to say sometime around maybe 2010. And it was tiny. There was like hardly any people there. You could take your beach chair and bring it right up to the front row. Rat Dog was awesome. I miss Rat Dog. And Nikki says, Dave Matthews was my husband in my first concert together. Love Dave Matthews. See all my posters behind me? The middle one is the one from the LA Forum show that I just went to recently. Oh, Marie, you should do it. You should do it. I think there's still packages available. I mean, it seems expensive, but it's completely worth it if you price out like all your food and drinks are included. And while you're at the show, they have waiters walking around with trays of margaritas. And, of course, the pro tip is to bring your Yeti cup or whatever cup you prefer to bring. And the waiter will find you. He will take your Yeti, fill it up with a pina colada or whatever you want, and bring it back to you and find you in the crowd of maybe 4,000 people, because that's how small it is. And it's so much fun and it's worth it. And it's a great vacation. I love to plan my vacations around concerts because that's my thing. Some people spend money on sports tickets. I spend my money on concert tickets. Buy the tickets, make the memories, because stuff is just stuff, and you buy a whole bunch of stuff and you accumulate a whole bunch of stuff and then you have a whole bunch of clutter around your house. But concerts, that's memories. And that's where I spend my money. Like, I don't care about the World Series. I'm not going to the Super Bowl. And I don't even need to like go to the Masters, although that's on my bucket list. I would like to go to the Masters. But buy the memories. I took my daughter when she was 6 was a huge One Direction fan. And I was like, girl's got to see your favorite band for her first concert, right? So I remember it was so expensive. They were doing a stadium tour for One Direction. This had to be 10 years ago. And it was so expensive to go to wherever they were playing here. I don't know if it was MetLife at the time or wherever the Jets and Giants play. So expensive. So I looked up the tickets in Buffalo, and it was cheaper for us to fly to Buffalo, stay with a friend who lived in Buffalo, and go to the show in Buffalo than it would have been to buy 2 tickets at Giant Stadium. And it is a memory that she will have forever. And it's so cute because pro tip, moms, save your kids' kindergarten backpack. Does anybody else know this? The kindergarten backpack is now used by seniors in their senior year of high school. They must be using their kindergarten backpack. And so the One Direction backpack is back in action. Thank God I didn't throw it away. And I mentioned it to somebody the other day who was saying, oh my God, I have the kindergarten backpack in the pile for the Goodwill. And I'm like, no, don't throw it away. They want it. Does that happen anywhere else but here? Save the kindergarten backpack. Seniors are using them. And so they're all walking around with One Direction and Hello Kitty backpacks, and it's the cutest. And many of them didn't have their backpacks from kindergarten and had to go out and buy things. But this particular One Direction backpack is retired. You can't find it even on eBay for like $400. And it was broken and ripped. And I had to, oh my God, the craft project I had to do to put that One Direction backpack together. Otherwise there was going to be a major meltdown. I even took it to a tailor, and they looked at it. They're like, yeah, no, we don't have the right needle for this. You have to go to the shoemaker. I go to the shoemaker with the backpack. Shoemaker looks at it, goes, no, this is a really big job. I'm like, I don't care how much it costs. I'll pay you. Whatever. I got the stuff. I got the glue. I tried to fix the inside. I tried to stitch up some of the canvas. I did the best I could. And it is what it is, but it's adorable. It's adorable. So keep the backpacks, moms and dads. Keep them. Joys of motherhood. One of the best parts. Oops. All right. There's me talking to you. And that's my story of the day. And my pro tip, as I like to give you, because I'm here to help. I'm here to help. And not fade away. Kai says, we love destination shows. Jam Cruise is the best. I've never been on Jam Cruise. I'm not a big cruise person. I don't really like the cruising. I get worried about the Legionnaire's disease and all of the bugs that are spread by people touching railings and stuff. Kind of freaks me out. I don't like to be stranded on a boat either. But for people who love cruising, I've heard that is also a lot of fun. A lot of fun. It's just not for me. It's just not for me. Okay. So let's get started. First thing we need to catch up on is the Josh Hubert case. The trial that is going on in Worcester that nobody wants you to know about. And it's not televised. I'll give you a little brief summary for those of you who may not know about the Josh Hubert trial that is going on. The name of the victim has not been released because at the time of this incident in 2017, she was 7 years old. And that's how long it has taken to get to trial. And here we are. The trial's going on in Worcester. It started on Monday. Nobody is reporting on it except Mass Live. Aidan Carney, aka Turtle Boy, had done a bunch of articles back on this case in 2017. And when I found out the trial was coming, because of course one of my amazing viewers, I think it was Kristen, brought it to my attention, I reached out to him and I said, do you remember this case of Josh Hubert? You did a bunch of stories on it in 2017. I said, threw a girl off a bridge. And he was like, oh yeah, I remember. And then it wound up that he went to court yesterday, and he also went to the bridge. And I'm going to show you Aidan's video of the bridge that he took. And he made friends, of course, as he does. And he spoke to a man at the bridge, and you could hear the man's voice in the background as he's talking to Aidan. So all the way back in August of 2017, a 7-year-old girl who will remain unnamed had attended a family barbecue at her grandparents' house and was sleeping over her grandparents' house. At around 2:30 in the morning, she's awoken by someone picking her up from the recliner chair that she had fallen asleep in. She thinks it's her grandfather just moving her to an air mattress, but she tells police that it was this guy, her friend, Josh. Josh Hubert, who had been besties with her dad for something like 15 years and was a good friend of the family. She said, my friend Josh. Josh allegedly takes her out of the grandparents' house, kidnaps her, puts her in his Saturn Ion, drives around for about an hour. At one time during that drive, he gets into the back seat with her, chokes her, puts a bag over her head and a rope or a belt around her neck. And this is, I'm trigger warning you. Sorry, I should have done that before I started talking. Drives around Worcester for a little bit, takes her to the I-290 bridge over Lake Quinsigamond and throws her off the bridge into the water below. By the grace of God, she is able to swim to shore 100 yards and knock on a door of a woman named Maeve Gary. The woman takes her in. It's like 4:30 in the morning, calls the police, and the police come and get a statement from the girl. And the girl says, it was my friend Josh who threw me off the bridge. He's charged with attempted murder. And this is 2017, 2018. Released on, and some other charges involving assault, released on $50,000 cash. 5 years later, the young girl, who's now 12, discloses to her cousin that he also raped her in the backseat of the car. So in 2022, the charges are upgraded to child rape, yet his bail remains the same and he still remains out on bail. Last Thursday, jury selection started in this case. Court TV made a motion to televise the case. The motion was denied because the judge said in Worcester Superior Court, yeah, we can't televise it because the victim is a minor. We don't want her identified, and the parents are going to testify, and they're going to be able to find out who the daughter is if the parents testify. We all know, because we watch trials all the time, you know, for a living, there are ways that it can be done. Cameras can be shut off when the victim testifies. Victim can be referred to with initials. The parents' names don't have to be fully disclosed. There are a lot of ways of doing this. When Turtle Boy originally reported on this in 2017, one of his articles, and back then, Aidan Carney was very pro-police. So you can see the difference in his reporting. 48 hours after this event, this incident, this horrific crime took place, Joshua Hubert was scheduled to testify against the Worcester Police Department in a Worcester Police Department corruption case. What we also recently found out is that DNA was found on the girl's underwear, not touch DNA, but seminal DNA that did not match Josh, but it matched her father. Okay. On Monday, which was the first day of trial, opening statements, I tried to cobble together as much information as I could, because like I said, no one's reporting on this except Mass Live. And I actually spoke with the Daily Mail last night, so I'm hoping they're going to pick it up, because the reporter I spoke to at the Daily Mail is the same reporter who did the New York Post article where I was mentioned during the Karen Reed trial, and now she works for the Daily Mail. And I spoke to her at length yesterday, and I know that she was also reaching out to Aidan, and I sent her Aidan's old articles because I wanted her to look into this whole Worcester police corruption angle. So I was like, that's crazy. Turtle Boy did go to court yesterday. He did. Yes, you're right. And a couple of viewers also went to court and emailed me their thoughts and said, and a bombshell happened yesterday. I don't think he was there. I don't know if he stayed for the whole day, but here's what happened. so far in the testimony. So the girl testified. She's 15 years old now. She testified on Monday, swore that her father never did anything improper with her, told the jury that she played dead to try and stay alive, and that she figured if she stopped, she started breathing really shallowly, that she would be safe, and that she was actually relieved when she was thrown off the bridge and landed in the water. And here's, I'm going to show you Aiden's video that he posted on the cesspool of the bridge, because he went there yesterday. The jury also went on a field trip yesterday to the bridge. And I think they were supposed to be taken there by boat, and they may have also been taken to the woman's house where she swam. Look at the size of this bridge. Look at how far away the water is. Come to your screen if you can't, if you haven't yet. Imagine the fact that this girl survived is shocking to me. Here's Aiden's video. You can hear him talking to a man that I guess he met on the shore.
About 22 years ago. I used to swim every day across the lake and back, and I haven't gone swimming in here in 10 years because of all that.
Yeah, I've lived in Worcester my whole life. I've never once swam in this place.
The rowing regatta is the starting line usually right here.
Right.
That's where I built this because I have friends who.
So it's like 80 feet, probably. How far out? Like
Yeah, I'd say we'd go about 15, 20 feet out.
Okay.
Maybe 30 feet, and then it just drops. So.
And she fell around there, you think?
Hmm?
Like she probably fell around there?
Well, yeah. So I'm thinking because of she was only 7, right?
Yeah, she's only 7.
And if you go around the bend on the other side of the bridge, there's a small house over there. That's where she went.
Oh, that's where she ended up?
Yeah, where she ended up.
Okay.
Because they were kind of surprised about 22 years ago.
Crazy, right? Somebody in the chat said it's much higher than it looks. Jacqueline, I guess Jacqueline's local, says it's a highway overpass. It's very high. That's insane. Apparently they have regattas there, so they row. And anybody who has a kid, whoever was on the crew team, knows about rowing and going to the regattas, and it was a lot of fun all day. 2 of my kids were rowers. Much higher than it looks. I can't even imagine. And Amanda says she went against the current then to get to that. I can't imagine. It was August. The water still had to be cold at 4 o'clock in the morning. And I don't know that I'd be able to swim 100 yards in whatever conditions that were. And the fact that a 7-year-old was able to do it is wild. And the angel, there was somebody looking over her that night. And so this is an article from yesterday, because we need to catch up, because I think the last show we did on this was Monday. During opening statements, Emily Myers, who's one of the assistant DAs for Worcester County trying the case, said, "You will hear that despite testing seatbelts, seats of the defendant's car, and her clothing, there is no forensic link to the defendant." Prosecutor Emily Myers said in Worcester Superior Court on Monday morning during opening statements. There is, however, a forensic link to the father, and you will hear from her father about why these sperm cells were found in his daughter's clothes, Myers said. Hubert, who is 43 years old now, faces several indictments in connection with the attempted murder and rape of a 7-year-old girl in Worcester in 2017, which are being all combined into this one case for trial because they all involve the same events on the same evening. He's been charged with 2 counts of attempted murder and 2 counts of rape of the child, along with strangulation and kidnapping charges. Prosecutors say that Hubert, a childhood friend of the victim's father, kidnapped the girl from her grandparents' house after a party, then raped and strangled her in his car before throwing her from the Interstate 290 overpass into Lake Quinsigamond. Despite the lack of DNA evidence against Hubert, Myers and fellow prosecutor Mark McShera pointed to surveillance footage surveillance footage of him cleaning his car the next morning in their opening statements on Monday. Well, the prior articles that we read on this said that there was other surveillance video of him too, like on the bridge, right? And at a gas station, but they're only pointing to surveillance of him cleaning out his car the next day. They also said the jury would hear from the girl and review physical evidence collected at the time, including a ligature mark and broken capillaries on her face. And I think the ligature mark was around her neck, because there was some testimony that he put a plastic bag over her head. Hubert's attorney, Kevin Larson, says he's been screaming into the abyss for 8 years that this is, the Commonwealth is going to try and jam together pieces of this puzzle. None of it makes sense. It's unbelievable. He said the word unbelievable about 12 times in his opening statement. On Monday, the girl testified. Her father, mother, and grandfather all testified, and the father's testimony continued on to Tuesday. The mother's testimony. The mother now lives with her children and her boyfriend in Spencer. She's a psychiatric nurse at a local hospital. The girl's mother and the biological father filed for divorce in 2020 after 12 years of marriage. And the mother testified that her relationship with her daughter's father is tenuous. So remember, they divorced in 2020. She did not disclose the grape until 2022. That is not unusual at all. For over 30 years of my career, I have worked with victims and survivors of all sorts of horrific events, including representing at least 60 victims / survivors of clergy SA on Long Island against the Rockville Center Diocese when that whole scandal broke in 2002, coincidentally in Boston. And the majority of clients that I represented never disclosed to anyone their entire lives until they talked to me. And they were in their 40s and 50s and 30s at the time. So the fact that she eventually was able to tell someone, I think she told her cousin 5 years later, is not at all uncommon. Hold on. During the girl's testimony, she testified that she no longer speaks to her father due to his problematic behavior, like not respecting her boundaries or privacy and his drinking issues. But despite their hard feelings, neither the girl nor her mother accused the girl's father of anything inappropriate or any sexual actions towards the girl, even though prosecutors say his sperm DNA was found on her underwear following the attack. Get ready for this. Buckle up. Do you know how the sperm got on the underwear? Asked Larson, that's the defense attorney. I can't say with 100% certainty, said the mother, but our laundry hamper was in the bathroom and everybody's clothes went into it. The mother replied. The mother denied she put dirty underwear on her daughter, but said that the child had worn the same pair that morning and into the night. She was wearing that pair after she changed into pajamas to sleep over at her grandparents' house after the party on that August 2017 night. She said, and it was the pair on the child's body when she showed up soaking wet in pink pajamas on a stranger's doorstep by Lake Quinsigamond. The girl vehemently denied her father ever assaulted her or ever would, and told the jury he had done nothing inappropriate with her in her life. And then the father took the stand. He's a 42-year-old. He works as a carpenter. He lives in Worcester. Told the courtroom that he has known the defendant, Josh Hubert, since the two were children and considered him almost family. Of his relationship with his daughter, he told the jury, I love her. She's my daughter. And when Larson, the defense attorney, asked if he would ever SA his own child, he replied, no, I would never do that. While the girl's father acknowledged his DNA was found on her underwear, he had two different scenarios of how it could have ended up there. Ready? One was the laundry theory that his ex-wife gave. We had multiple laundry baskets around the house, he said. Clothes would just get mixed up into one basket. The laundry would be brought down to the basement. where we had the laundry machine. It would all be washed together, he said. Additionally, clothes would often be left on the floor of the family's bathroom, the father testified. And then the defense attorney said to him, or asked him, what, if anything, have you ever done in the bathroom that could have resulted in your sperm getting on some of the laundry? Well, that was actually the prosecutor who asked that question. And he said, and I'm not going to use the word because, you know, we might be playing in a nail salon somewhere, a hair salon. Your kids could be in the car with you. I have, let's say, pleasured myself in the bathroom. And also, my wife at the time and I would have relations in the bathroom and things like that. Even just cleaning up and things, he said, and then he just trailed off. This was his Monday testimony. Father was expected to testify again on Tuesday, which he did. And Tuesday morning, the jury went on the field trip to the bridge and the video that I just showed you. And then yesterday, in a searing cross-examination in Worcester Superior Court, the father was pressed to explain why his DNA was found on his daughter's underwear, even though his childhood best friend, Josh Hubert, who stands accused, even though it is his friend, Josh Hubert, who stands accused of raping and trying to kill the girl. Just a coincidence? Asked Hubert's attorney, Kevin Larson, in the courtroom on Tuesday. The 42-year-old father said he blinked and asked slowly, what is the coincidence? Just a coincidence that your sperm was on your daughter's underwear, and the night she said she was kidnapped and thrown into Lake Quinsigamond, Quinsig, I guess you guys call it for short, because Quinsigamond is hard to pronounce. The defense attorney asked. The man softly replied, yes. The father, the girl's mother, and the girl testified on Monday. And again, they go over the mom's testimony again. But then on Tuesday, when he was cross-examined by Kevin Larson, the defense attorney, Larson asked about the mixed clothing in the hamper situation, and the father offered more vague answers. I don't know how it got there, he told the jury at first. Larson pressed him further, asking if he understood where semen comes from and that it was on his daughter's underwear. And you're telling this jury you don't know how it got there? Larson asked again. That's correct, said the father. When questioned further, he denied ever pleasuring himself into his daughter's underwear, nor having any S-type attraction to her clothing. Larson also brought up that the hamper is actually located outside of the bathroom and asked how it's possible that his DNA could have gotten out there. It could have gotten on a piece of clothing that was in the bathroom, the father said, adding that piece of clothing could just have been picked up and put into the hamper. Larson asked the father about the morning at the hospital after his daughter's kidnapping on August 27, 2017, and what interactions the father had with the hospital staff who were caring for his daughter. You were asked, as her father, if you would consent to a grape kit, true? Larson asked. The father said he didn't remember, but that he definitely didn't refuse any grape kit testing that morning. When prosecutor Mark McShera stood for the redirect, he asked the father how police obtained his DNA for a sample. The father said he had been told that there was an unidentified DNA found on the girl's underwear when police asked him for a sample. He did not specify when investigators made that request. And I have that question too. Because if the daughter didn't disclose until 2022 about the grape, is that when they tested the clothing? Was the clothing stuffed in an evidence box somewhere and they didn't decide to test it until 2022? Did they do the grape kit or not? Did the father say no to it? And so they just never did it? I have so many questions, and I guess those will be answered when Law enforcement testifies. The father voluntarily provided his DNA to the investigators at that time, he testified, but he didn't say what year. After partial testimony from Hubert's ex-girlfriend on Tuesday, and the jury was sent home for the day, Larson declined to comment on his cross-examination with the father. But listen to this. Listen to what surfaced yesterday in court. And somebody wrote to me and told me about this, and Mass Live is also reporting on this. Turns out they have a cell phone extraction from Hubert on the day of the crime. And it was just turned over yesterday by the prosecutors to the defense. And the cell phone tower mapping Hubert's cell phone does not have him in the location where the crime occurred. And the DAs just turned it over yesterday, despite the fact that they have had Hubert's cell phone extraction since 2017. Yep, they're famous for withholding information. It was introduced yesterday in court, and the judge immediately called the attorneys into chambers, and this is reported to me by somebody who reached out to me anonymously. They abruptly ended court, and the judge took all the attorneys in his chambers. Yep. Here's the thing. And I thought this too. Maybe the girl was mistaken. Maybe Josh is black. The girl's dad is white. I don't think it's a mistaken identity. But I just don't know. Maybe he didn't bring his phone with him. That's possible too, right? But not turning over exculpatory evidence is another big red flag, says Christina Pfeiffer. Massachusetts has problems with this. Oh, yes, they do. Sherry's in Worcester right now. Kind of want to head to the courthouse. Go on over. It's happening today. I can't wait to find the Chamber of Secrets. I can't wait to find out what happens with this evidence. So Larson said there was a new piece of evidence brought to his attention Tuesday, cell phone tower mapping of Hubert's phone that would help his client's case. The evidence will now be entered into trial, he added. I need to look at it more carefully, figure out how it's going to be handled, figure out what to do about the fact that it's just being given to me now, 8 years after this event happened, considering that it's exculpatory and not inculpatory. And that's where we are. And the trial resumes today. So there's that. I will just read to you Aiden's observations from court yesterday because he was there. And he said, the victim's father is a really bad witness. He looks creepy. He's not dressed appropriately as a witness. And he's admitting he was pissed at the defendant because he thought he was trying to bang his wife, his now ex-wife, who was also in court. Mass Live didn't report on that. This is why I hate not having cameras in the courtroom, because we can't rely on the mainstream media, if you call Mass Live mainstream media, because they didn't even report that. Really? The victim's father testified that he was angry with Josh because he thought Josh was trying to get with his wife. There's a motive, no? He also said He hasn't spoken to his daughter in 5 years, but she had testified that he was never inappropriate. He also just testified that he refused a grape test on his daughter. Well, that's different than what Mass Live reported, right? Mass Live reported that he said he didn't remember. Aiden was there, and I trust his journalism because he always comes with receipts. Aiden says this is a wild case because they seem to have Hubert dead to rights for throwing the girl off the bridge in the middle of the night, but there's nothing linking him physically to the grape except for the testimony of the girl yesterday who is now 15. I'm not saying that the girl is lying. Both things could be true, right? Josh could have been the one who kidnapped her, strangled her, and threw her off the bridge, and the father could have been the one that raped her. I don't know. Or maybe, the hamper situation. Aiden also says, interesting dynamic here. All of the 16 jurors are white, 10 men, 6 women, and the defendant is black. That's hard to do with a Worcester jury, he says. Somebody asked about any jury reactions to the father's testimony, and Aiden said several raised eyebrows. On the stand now, he said yesterday, is Joshua Hubert's girlfriend at the time he is accused of kidnapping and raping his best friend's 7-year-old daughter. She's testifying that she was awoken at 3:15 a.m. and saw Hubert's car outside with the lights on. He came back into the house to get his phone. She says her dogs saw the lights outside and began wildly barking. Sound familiar? Chloe, the aggressive German shepherd, slept through multiple fire engines and cops with their lights on in front of Brian Albert's house, as well as a screaming, hysterical woman. Well, if he came back and got his phone at 3:15 and she was thrown off the bridge sometime around 4 a.m., because there are also some witnesses who are going to testify they saw that his type of car pulled over on the bridge and throwing something off the bridge. I believe it was after 3:15 a.m., so it seems that he did have his phone. If the girlfriend testified he came to get his phone. I have so many questions about this, and I'm really hoping the Daily Mail picks it up and they send somebody to court to actually report on it. Because trust me, if I could go to Worcester and sit in court every day, I would. So I guess we'll see what comes out today in the testimony. It's horrific. Absolutely horrific. See if we have a picture of the defendant for those of you who have not, who are just catching up on this case today. Hello. Hello. It's Cardi B when I need her. Here's the defendant, Josh Hubert, in court during jury selection last Thursday. Several people have reached out to me. Several people have reached out to me to say Josh Hubert was their child's hockey coach. Apparently he coached street hockey. Somebody wrote to me and said, I'm so disappointed this is not being televised. He was my daughter's hockey coach. And I said, do you think he did it? Any signs? And this person said, we were shocked. He was a really nice guy. When it first happened and we heard the details, it seemed like he did it. But after listening to your show today, I don't know. I just can't believe it's been going on this long. By the way, love your show. Somebody else wrote to me. I'm so glad you're covering the Hubert case. My daughter was really good friends with him and was devastated when this all happened. She, to this day, can't believe he would do something like this. We were just talking about this. And here's our conversation. And the daughter said to her mom, I'll never wrap my head around how Josh did what he did, but Marky is a piece of shit. Oh, sorry. And I totally believe he would do something like that to his kid. Apparently, Marky is the dad's name. Josh was already in trouble. It makes sense to get it out, but blame him over Marky. I don't know what that means. And then the girl says to her mom, I effing hate that kid, Marky, because when I first got my ID, it took over a month to get because he kept ripping my name off the mailbox just to be a piece of S. She says, he tried hitting on me through Messenger like 5 years ago, and I was so disgusted because he doesn't even like me and he was being a pig. So I'm just giving you observations of people who know these people. I can't verify their truth or veracity. And apparently this woman's daughter has been torn up about it ever since it happened. And then there are other people who have left comments saying that they know Josh and he absolutely did this because he is a piece of garbage. And so without us being able to see the witnesses and judge their credibility for ourselves, it's hard to know what to think. Which takes me back to the Karen Reed case and how they had to argue, the defense team had to argue to get the trial in a courtroom where the jury could see the witnesses' faces. Because the big courtroom, half the jury was looking at the back of the witnesses' heads. And you and I discussed and we said, absolutely, you need to see a witness's face before you can assess their credibility. So important, right? So important. And so we'll keep following, but we can't watch it. But we're hoping that Dana from the Daily News picks it up and they send somebody there and we can get some real information, because I don't think Aiden can go to court every day. But if anybody's in Worcester and you want to go, it's open to the public. I don't know how crowded it is, but it's worth the trip. Okay, switching topics now. What should we talk about next? Let's go to Ohio. Did you guys hear about this Amish woman who drowned her 4-year-old child because she says she was sending him to God? Well, I've got it for you. Ruth Miller is her name. She's recently pled insanity, and this is out of Ohio. And for this one, we have some video to watch. Let's watch. First thing we're going to watch is the body cam footage when police came on the scene. And this occurred a couple weeks ago in August. Hang tight for a sec. They wear body cam, apparently. This is triggering. This is disturbing. Please guide your actions accordingly. And if you can't handle it, take a little break and then come back. This is the body cam footage from the Ohio Police Department. This is an occurrence that happened at Atwood Lake in New Philadelphia, Ohio. Ruth Miller is a 40-year-old mother from Millersburg, and she has pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity to these charges. But here's the first thing that happened. Here's the body cam footage. And it's graphic, so guide your actions accordingly. Oh, thank you. Thank you, StreamYard, for losing connection to my screen share. I may need to restart my browser. Hold on a second. Because sometimes when that happens, you can't hear the audio. So let me know if you can hear the audio when it starts. Can you hear it? Can you hear it? Got it. Okay.
Gave him to God.
You gave him to God.
Yes.
Oh, and now it's buffering?
What do you mean by that?
I threw him in the lake and I gave him to God. And people are going to tell me I am crazy, but he is real. And he loves you. He really does love you. He loves you. And I doubted him. I doubted him so many times. But I am to tell you, he is coming soon. He is coming very soon. Prepare your hearts. The end is close. And I'm for sure supposed to tell you that he does love you. Okay?
Ma'am, can you explain to me what happened? Who did you throw in the water?
I gave my son to God.
Your son?
Yes.
Where's your husband?
I gave my son to God. The son is 4 years old. Imagine you're a police officer walking into this.
Husband.
He went for a walk this morning.
And you haven't seen him
He
since?
didn't ever come back. And we went to the boat and his clothes were there. And God told me he's in the lake and a fish swallowed him. And you're actually supposed to go look for him in the bottom of the lake. And you will find.
God told me my husband was swallowed by a fish and he's in the lake. Are you able to hear this well enough? I could boost it a little bit, but there's some background noise that just might make it really annoying. That's why I have the captions on for you. Take this back a little bit.
And God told me he's in the lake and a fish swallowed him. And you're actually supposed to go look for him in the bottom of the lake. And you will find the fish. And you will find my husband. And then you will believe. But ye of your little faith that did not believe before seeing.
Okay.
So send people down to the bottom of the lake looking for a fish. That has my husband.
How old's your son that's in the lake?
4. He's sweet. I love him. I gave him to God.
Okay. 7/9/40 Central. We're out with the mother. She is advising that she threw her 4-year-old son in the lake to give him to God. Affirm.
But I wouldn't have believed today. So do you believe?
Awesome.
Okay. They are there. And you're fine. And you're fine. Please don't. It truly is. I yelled at him, and then pain came back to me. My husband and I both yelled at him, and pain came back to me.
I need to know where your husband's at.
He's at the bottom of the lake in a fish.
He's in a fish.
Yes.
There's no fish large enough on an Atwood to swallow your husband.
He's at the bottom of the lake in a fish.
Okay.
I thought your husband went for a walk.
Yeah, and then we came to the boat, and his clothes were laying on the boat.
Okay.
Tan pants and cream shirt and flip-flops.
Do you have a cell phone?
It's in the camper.
It's in the camper. Where's your camper at?
I think it's,
Area 3?
I think so. Yeah. It's like a tannish camper.
It's a tannish camper. You don't know what lot number it is?
No.
Because we really need to verify your husband is still with us.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Well, he's actually just go out in the bottom of the lake.
Well, I can't go in the bottom of the lake. So
Do you have scuba divers?
Yeah, we're gonna have to call divers in to go to the bottom of the lake.
Please do.
And you're saying
Get the best ones there are, because this is a miracle.
How insane is she if she's telling them to go get scuba divers? She sounds to me like she's thinking in her right minds, right? In her right mind. Go get scuba divers. Go get the best ones you have. And kudos, props to law enforcement for handling this so well. Listen to her.
Actually, just go out in the bottom of the lake.
Well, I can't go in the bottom of the lake. So
Do you have scuba divers?
Yeah, we're gonna have to call divers in to go to the bottom of the lake.
Please do.
and you're saying
Get the best ones there are, because this is a miracle from God. You will see. You will see.
you're saying your 4-year-old son's down there too?
He's with God.
Where's his body at?
I don't
Where
know.
did you throw him in the water at?
Off of the dock at the causeway.
Where the bike was today?
Where the boat was?
Yeah, where the boat is. Please believe. I know.
When there's supposed to be ones coming out there.
I think there was one.
Does anybody have a glass of water?
We can get you water.
Please. Thank you.
We're right now we're gonna walk up to the squad, okay? That's what we want you to do. We're gonna put you in the back of the squad.
You will find my husband.
Okay, but you're gonna sit down in the back of the squad for us, okay?
Can I actually just sit with my...
She's 40 years old.
Okay, but you're gonna sit down in the back of the squad for us, okay?
Can I actually just sit with my children and have water?
Yeah, we can bring your children over.
I would love a glass of water.
Let's go up in this spot over
Well,
here.
my children out here.
We'll bring them over
bring
in
them
a
over.
minute. Let me go check you out.
Yeah, we're gonna get it. Kyle wants to go get you one.
You guys send the dive team over that way then?
Yeah, we're gonna
They're supposed to bring one in over
Which
here.
dock is that so I can tell my dispatch?
That's cluster dock, the center cluster dock.
Center
Or
cluster.
on the causeway. Causeway center cluster dock.
Causeway Center Cluster Dock. 7940 Central. You said it's the Causeway Center Dock, right?
Causeway center.
Causeway Center Dock. 7940 Central. The mother is advising that her boat is located if you just want to log at the Causeway Center Dock, and that's where she threw the child in the water. She's also now saying that the husband's in the water. She just want to log that and notify the dive team. The Rangers are heading over that way right now.
She has other children. They were with her. She drove them in a golf cart into the water. They survived. 18-year-old twin boys and a 15-year-old daughter.
It's not too hard on my knee.
So your knee won't hurt you. Please trust me.
Okay.
It won't hurt you. Okay. It won't hurt you. You're fine. You're fine.
Okay.
You're fine. God, please show this woman that it is true. But I'm telling you, people are doubting.
She has a woman in uniform who I think may be an EMT kneeling on the parking lot pavement to pray with her. I think she's a paramedic. Hold on.
It's not too hard on my knee.
So your knee won't hurt you. Please trust me.
Okay.
It won't hurt you.
Okay.
It won't hurt you. You're fine. You're fine.
Okay.
You're fine. God, please show this woman that it is true. But I'm telling you, people are doubting. It is getting harder for me to stay strong. Please show her that it is true what I'm telling you. That there is a fish in the bottom of the lake. Please let her take me to sit with my children under the tree that you have created. Please, Lord.
And it's
You guys just want to bring her over to that one?
yeah, we'll take her over
Okay.
that one.
So we can be closer to the rest of everybody else.
Agreed. How is she not in cuffs? They're just letting her walk around. They haven't cuffed her. They haven't. I don't know. Mary Jean says she got special treatment after admitting to murdering her child.
All right, have a seat right here. We'll go get your children as soon as they're done.
No, I want to go
Right here.
What are the kids saying now?
I don't know if it's because they've asked them if there's a little brother and dad or not. I don't know.
Okay.
That's it. At this point.
The miracles are true. And these two we doubted too, but they are true. They are. It's amazing. I can't tell you enough. Do you remember when Jesus was on the cross?
Yeah, I remember.
And he put his arms out and he said, "Forgive them, for they know not
Yeah,
what
you
they
told
do."
me that already.
Yes. They didn't know. They didn't know.
Yeah, right.
You are to trust. It's all about trust. It's hard because he does things in mysterious ways.
Sure.
And it's hard because we want to just believe our earthly ways. It's hard. Is part of you happy? And is part of you happy? Yes.
Go ahead. That's clear.
So this call began.
It's chilling, but thanks to Court TV for actually blurring out the faces of the children, even though the 18-year-olds are not minors. That was the right thing to do. This is the briefing or the presser of law enforcement that day, Tuscrawas County. Tuscrawas County, Ohio. And this is about 15 minutes long. Let's watch the whole presser.
So this call began at about 10:39 a.m. on Saturday, which is August 23rd. 911 received a call of a golf cart that had gone into Atwood Lake. And at the time that we received the call, people didn't realize what it was. It looked as though it could have been an unintentional event. It could have just been an accident, but it was a woman and 3 children on that golf cart. There were actually people, according to witnesses, chasing the lady, the golf cart, through the grass, yelling at her to hit the brakes because they thought it was, careening out of control. We later find out that that's not the case. As the first witnesses arrived on scene, the golf cart had flipped off the edge of a stone wall, which I'll show you here in a few minutes, and landed in the lake. And it was fully submerged, but it was easily visible. The kids, who were 15 and 18, got out of the vehicle and stood on top of it. And then witnesses thereby helped the woman out of the lake. The first witness that arrives to help is asking the woman, does she need help up? And he tries to help, and she suggests to him not to help her, to just pray for her. And that was the first statement that suggested this was more than an accident at that lake. From there, they did pull her out of the water, and rangers were immediately dispatched to the calls. And upon them arriving on scene, they heard some of the same concerning type statements. There was a pretty immediate statement made that she had given her son to the Lord. Now, keep in mind, she's there with a 15-year-old daughter and two 18-year-old sons, and nobody knows what son she's talking about. There's no other child there. And they tried to discern and tried to comfort her. She actually attempted to flee for a minute. She was not rational at that moment. She attempted to flee and hide and was quickly gathered up and brought back to the scene. They were all taken kind of over to the Atwood Welcome Center, where, you know, the rangers began speaking with the children and speaking with the woman, and none of it was just making a lot of sense. There was just a lot of statements that, as we continued to try to put them together, were not rational. Deputies were dispatched to the call about 10:53. I didn't get advised myself until about 11:41. And at this point, they're starting to put it together, and they realize there's a problem. We may have a 4-year-old child missing. That's a statement coming from the mother and then confirmed by the teenage kids that there's a 4-year-old son missing, and that the husband and father is missing. Now, I will tell you, as we all hear that, you can imagine what we're hoping is, we're hoping she's just sick, and that the father's got this 4-year-old somewhere in the campground. You know, both of them are missing, and that's the hope that everybody's trying to gather information for. When I'm contacted, I ask dispatch detectives. In the room with me is Detective Captain Adam Fisher, who was in charge of the case, or is in charge of the case, and other detectives responded, and they're actually on scene on something right now. So we begin searching and trying to delineate her statement. Now, there was a lot of confusion initially about where these parents were, where the father was, where the 4-year-old was. And then she began to express more that she had thrown the child in the water to give that child to God. But we didn't know where in the water. It's a big lake. It's a lot of places. We didn't know if it was there where the cart had taken place. If you could bring up the first slide. This is a big picture prepared for us by our friends over here at Muskegon Watershed. And the main portion of the lake, when you come in, before you enter the actual park, there's a big marina here and a restaurant. It's pretty well known. And we'll leave this up later if people want to come up and take close-up photos, whatever you want. But she actually drove this golf cart right between these two buildings, and it hit a stone wall there that makes a barrier to the water, and it flips into the water. That's how the call starts. And to be honest with you, it was reported as an accident. That's how the call came into 911. It's an accident. Later on, through some discussions, we learned that the individuals had a pontoon boat that belonged to a family company, and it was on an area that we call the Causeway, or is called the Causeway, and it's labeled there as dock. As statements come out, she suggests that she had thrown the 4-year-old in the water off the dock to give to God. Initially, divers were dispatched to that dock area. Nothing was found in the sides of the dock where the boat was. Divers also were working where the golf cart went in. And then at the very top of the picture, you're going to see a circle that says kayak launch. The only thing that took place at that kayak launch was just prior to the golf cart going into the water. The mother and the children were witnessed huddling very closely, heads touching, praying very intently next to the water by the kayak launch. So much so that it actually scared some witnesses. They thought they were crying, they were emotional, and they didn't know what was going on. That was before the crash or anything. So as the search goes on throughout the day and we're checking bodies of water, we learn about this praying incident at the kayak launch. So we had divers in there as well. That's a very shallow area. It was easy. It was an area that we didn't need to do very much at. But I bring it up because I know the social media community was talking about searching at the kayak. It solely took place because they were praying there, and it was described as a concerning moment, and we decided to check that water. The actual incident that we're going to discuss here only took place where the golf cart crashed, and then the rest of it at the dock. Captain Fisher, when he was dispatched, I asked him to go directly to the hospital. So you'll notice that there's some time delay before we get involved. And because she was uncooperative, a decision was made to have her taken to the hospital for evaluation. Her statements were radical. She had run from them and hid in some weeds and was easily captured. Her statements were bouncing around, so they felt the need to get her some medical help. Captain Fisher went straight to the hospital before coming to the scene, and he did his first interview with her at 12:20 that day. It's been one of the most difficult cases placing the statements together. And I want to word this carefully because I don't believe the mother's ever lied to us. But the statements not made sense a lot. And then in a second interview, it made a little more sense. And then we were able to add pieces from the three children. We were able to kind of paint a picture. But she's been relatively truthful with us. And she has indicated every time she's been spoken to that she put the 4-year-old in the water to give to God. Now, in her statement, what she says is that she and her husband went to this dock and they jumped in the water because God was speaking to them and telling them to do things. Things to prove their worthiness to God, to show their faith as complete. And they didn't do very well in those. Some of them were bizarre. Some of them were just swimming exercises. The most bizarre was that God told her to allow herself to be swallowed by a fish. As bizarre as that sounds. And I tell you that.
Yeah, that sounds pretty bizarre. Lee B says, I'm in Ohio. We have a large Amish and Mennonite community. Each little sect has their own beliefs. Some are very extreme. The plow horses get better treatment than women. They're taught from birth. Thank you for schooling us on what's going on in certain communities in Ohio.
Statement, not to make fun, but I tell you that statement so you can have a picture of how difficult it was to communicate with her. It just wasn't making a lot of sense. They get up out of the water after a while, and they decide it's silly, and they decide to walk back to where they were staying in a family company-owned RV, which was over in this area. We intentionally not pointing out where their camper was, but it was over in that area. So they walked all the way back. When the husband got back to the house, according to the wife, he felt very disappointed in himself because he didn't do very good in his task because he didn't have enough faith. And he turned and immediately said, I'm going back to the lake to swim to the sandbar.
Yes, the husband is dead too. Shannon pointing out the obvious. This is not an Amish issue. This is a mental health issue. I agree. We're going to now hear what happened to the husband.
Now, the sandbar, I'm not a lake expert, guys, but the sandbar is way over here somewhere. And he's on this little dock. His brother had told us he could swim, but he wasn't a strong swimmer. And she said he left their RV again at about 5:30 in the morning after getting right back home. Keep in mind, he hasn't been asleep at night. And he's heading back there. For the longest time, we weren't sure if that was true. We didn't know if we could believe her statement. But the following day, we did run into a witness that put him alone at that dock, wearing the clothes that he left behind at the dock at 6:30 a.m. So it's kind of bizarre, but At 1:15, him and his wife go there. They do these tasks. They walk back. Then he walks back alone. And we have a good independent witness that says, yes, I definitely saw him here. He was wearing these clothes, and he wasn't doing anything odd, but he was at the dock by himself. That's at about 6:30 a.m. Saturday morning. Keep in mind now, we're at about 4 hours before the crash. So we're about 4 hours before the crash. She does not see him again. Sometime just after 8 a.m., and this statement from both her children and other independent witnesses, she is seen loading up the 4-year-old on a golf cart near their RV and taking off very erratically. Everybody that will comment or any witness that you encounter that saw her driving will tell you she was driving very dangerously. She flipped the cart at one time. She was seen on 2 wheels another time. Of course, she was praying by the kayak. And she left. The children saw her leave with the 4-year-old. And then a while later, she came back. She states that she went to the dock and that she threw the 4-year-old in because that's what she needed to do as an offering to God. She drives back to her camper. She picks up the 15-year-old daughter, drives her back to the dock, and makes her get in the lake and leaves. She drives back one more time, gets her 18-year-old sons, or twins. They come back, and she makes them jump in the lake to do some tasks, and they do. They all survive. They climb out of the lake, and at one point, according to the children, she makes them all lay down on the dock with their hands in the water to pray for their little brother and father because they were gone and had gone to heaven.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Did these kids know how to swim? I have so much. Did he say whether these kids knew how to swim? I don't even know what to say, except for I'm going to go fill up my coffee. Don't worry. I'll be right back. I'm going to keep playing this while I'm gone and I'll be listening.
We have divers now focused in a couple of areas, but our main concern is the dock. It's pitch black underwater. I'm sure you've all experienced swimming in a lake like that. So it's all by feel. It's all by sonar. But at 6:03 p.m., divers located the 4-year-old only about 10 feet off the dock. And at that time, he was on the bottom of the lake. We continued searching till about 9:30 p.m. And we had to end the search due to darkness. At 9:44 p.m., Captain Fisher went back to the hospital for a second interview with the mother. And she was able to provide some slightly additional information, which I've already given to you, which was about the husband leaving on his own at 5:30. We resumed the search at 7:00 a.m. on Saturday. And the immediate focus is we're going to go much farther out because we understand now that he thinks he's going to swim to the sandbar. We had some concern as to whether or not he jumped in the lake to try to rescue the 4-year-old so he would be close, but now we believe he's on a mission to swim, so he's further out. So the boats start working further out with sonar, trying to locate anything. They did identify a signal or a blip under the water that they thought was suspicious. And at 8:29 a.m., they located the male 53 yards off the end of the dock on the bottom of the lake. And the divers are both telling me in both cases that the bodies were completely rested on the bottom of the lake. For us, obviously the recovery efforts end, but for us, the search warrant continues. About 1:49 p.m., Judge Elizabeth Tamakis here of our Common Pleas Court signs a search warrant, and the guys are going in there. And if you're wondering what we're looking for, we don't have any idea. We're looking for a weapon. We're looking for notes to explain it. That's the kind of stuff we're looking for. Honestly, nothing was found or taken. photographs. There was a Bible open, and stuff like that. But we found nothing that directly mapped out what was going to take place that day or anything like that.
Everyone may be seated. I appreciate.
Hang on, did you just switch over to another video?
Appreciate that.
'Cause this is I'd queued up also the arraignment, so is that where did you just switch over to another video? That press conference sort of ended in a weird place, right? Yeah, I mean, that was WKYC, which I guess is a local Ohio station, and that's kind of where it ended. I'm not sure what his title was, who did the press conference, but I give him a lot of credit for not breaking down during that press conference, because we've seen a lot of law enforcement break down during press conferences. And I'm specifically remembering the press conference after Delphi. Do you remember that? Who was the person that was doing that press conference and he couldn't keep it together? He was crying through it. Well, I guess WKYC just cut off the press conference at a very strange place. He was talking about the search warrants, and that's where it ended. Here is the arraignment during which she pleads insanity. Let me just take this down for 1 second. Yeah, I played the whole thing. It's just, it was on autoplay, so it went to the next video. So this is the next video. This is the arraignment, also WKYC, and this was just posted yesterday. No, 2 days ago. So today's September 10th. This was from 2 days ago, September 8th. After she was indicted by the grand jury, this is her arraignment.
Everyone may be seated. I appreciate that. We can all be seated. And we are now proceeding in the case entitled The State of Ohio versus RUTH Miller. It is case number 2025 CR 090285. And we are here today for an arraignment. Ms. Miller, my name is Michael Ernest.
Okay, first of all, it's a little bit loud. I know I'm going to boost it a little bit less, but I needed to boost it a little bit for you. This judge, Michael Ernest, props to him. Listen to how he handles her. We have such a mental health crisis in this country, and so many judges don't know how to address mental illness and how to speak to defendants who may be mentally ill. And this judge is a breath of fresh air. So many states do not have mental health courts. They do not have state mental hospitals where people can be sent instead of prison. And this judge is everything. I'm going to just start it from the beginning, and I boosted the volume a little bit and put the captions on for you.
Everyone may be seated. I appreciate that. We can all be seated. And we are now proceeding in the case entitled The State of Ohio versus RUTH Miller. It is case number 2025 CR 0285. And we are here today for an arraignment. Ms. Miller, my name is Michael Ernest. I am what's called a common pleas court judge. Your case is one that was randomly assigned to my courtroom. And for an arraignment, there are three things that I do at every arraignment, and that is I address your right to counsel. I'm going to read to you something called an indictment, and I'm going to address the issue of bail as well. And starting in this matter, I would note, though, for the record, that in this case, notices of appearance have been filed on your behalf. Seated at counsel table is attorney Ian Friedman, as well as Madeline Grant. The state of Ohio is represented as well at this table. To your left, my right, is attorney Ryan Steyer. He is our county prosecutor in Tuscrawas County. Tuscrawas County is handling this case. Adam Fisher is down at the end of the table. He is the tester. He's here as a representative from the state. Ms. Miller, from this point forward, there's never going to be a time where you are going to be in the courtroom alone. There's not. Every time we ever have a hearing, anything that we do in this case, I am going to be coordinating with Attorney Friedman and Attorney Grant. I think they have others as well. The bottom line is you're always going to be represented going forward throughout these proceedings. You're here today because the Tuscrawas County grand jury met and concluded that they should return an indictment against you. Now, an indictment is a charging document that comes about after the grand jury meets with the prosecutor, hears evidence from the prosecution standpoint, and concludes that there is at least probable cause to charge someone with a felony crime. It's a right that all Ohioans have. And in this case, essentially think of them as like a check on the government. They got to make sure that there's at least probable cause before someone has to answer to a felony crime. Ms. Miller, in this case, the grand jury returned an indictment that consists of 7 counts. I'm going to read through those. Count 1 of the indictment is the offense of aggravated murder. It is what's called an unclassified felony in violation of revised code section 2903.01C and 2929.02A of the revised code. It provides here that on or about August the 23rd, 2025, here in Tuscrawas County, that the grand jury found that there was probable cause to believe that Ruth R. Miller did purposefully cause the death of a child victim designated as child victim 1, who was under the age of 13 years of age at the time of the commission of the offense. And they go on to specify that the birth date for the child is October the 12th of 2020. Count 2, murder. It's also an unclassified felony under 2903.02B, 2903.02D, and 2929.02D of the code sections which they cite. The grand jury again concluded that there was probable cause to believe that you, the defendant in this matter, on or about August the 23rd of 2025, unlawfully did cause the death of child victim 1 as a proximate result of the offender committing or attempting to commit an offense of violence that is a felony of the first or second degree, known as felonious assault under 2903.11A1 of the revised code. Count 3. It's an offense known as felonious assault. It's a felony of the second degree under 2903.11A1, 2903.11D D1A. Again, the grand jury concluded that there was probable cause to believe that you, the defendant, on or about August the 23rd, 2025, unlawfully did knowingly cause serious physical harm to child victim 1. Count 4. It's an offense known as endangering children. It's a misdemeanor of the first degree under revised code section 2919.22A E to A, the revised code. The grand jury concluded that the defendant, on or about August the 23rd of 2025, unlawfully was a parent, guardian, custodian, person having custody or control, person in local parentis of a child under 18 years of age, who did create a substantial risk to the health or safety of a child victim, in this case is designated child victim 2, by violating a duty of care, protection, or support. Count 5, domestic violence, a misdemeanor of the first degree under 2919.25A D2 of the revised code. It says here that on or about August the 23rd of 2025, that you unlawfully did knowingly cause or attempt to cause physical harm to child victim 2, a family or household member. Count 6, domestic violence, a misdemeanor of the first degree under 2919.25A D2. Again, the grand jury concluded that you, the defendant, on or about August the 23rd of 2025, unlawfully did knowingly cause or attempt to cause physical harm to victim 3, a family or household member. Count 7, domestic violence, a misdemeanor of the first degree under 2919.25A D2. Again, the relevant date, August the 23rd of 2025, grand jury concluded there was probable cause to believe that you unlawfully did knowingly cause or attempt to cause physical harm to child victim 4, a family or household member. Those are all of the counts of the indictment, Ms. Miller. I had the original indictment in front of me. A copy of this indictment should have been provided to you at least 24 hours in advance of this hearing. Did you in fact receive a copy of this indictment 24 hours in advance of this hearing? Okay. Ms. Miller, from this point on, I'm going to be directing my attention to your attorneys. I believe Attorney Friedman?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
My question to you then is, does there need to be any further reading of the indictment, penalty sections that apply, the statutes under which your client is in charge, the various constitutional and statutory privileges that apply, as well as possible pleas?
There does not need to be a reading.
Thank you. And those will be indicated as waived. I'm also aware, Ms. Miller, that your attorneys earlier had filed on your behalf, as required by law, if someone intends to do this, a notice of the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. I'm going to turn to Attorney Friedman just to confirm that's in fact the plea that should be entered in this case.
That is in fact the plea that we are entering by right at this time.
Okay, and that's what will be done. I will enter a plea then on your behalf of not guilty by reason of insanity. And the next issue that we would typically be addressing at this time is the issue of bail. I always hear from the state first. I would certainly allow your attorneys to be heard on that issue. I always start with the state, and after I hear from the state, I'll hear from your counsel. Brian.
Thank you, Your Honor. This morning, we did file a motion to deny bail under revised code 2937-222, and we would ask that that be set for an evidentiary hearing. Further in that filing, we moved for a no contact order with regard to the surviving victims here. That was imposed at the municipal court. We would ask that that be imposed until further considered at the evidentiary hearing.
Attorney Friedman, do you wish to be heard?
I do. Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I am in receipt of the motion to deny bail and motion for no contact order. I would also concur that a evidentiary hearing need to be heard. I would ask a defense motion that hearing be continued so that we have adequate time to prepare for it.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Miller, by law, that based upon the request that has been made by the state, I'm going to hold you in the Tuscrawas County Jail without bail. I typically would have to have a hearing within 3 days, but your attorneys made it clear to me beforehand that they intend to challenge that motion. They need some time to prepare for it. I intend to give them that time to do that. So I'm not going to set it within those 3 days based upon your attorney's request. But at the conclusion of this hearing, coordinate with your attorneys with the state of Ohio to make sure that they have the adequate amount of time that they need to secure witnesses to be here at that hearing. So we're going to take care of that, but we're going to make sure that we set it as soon as possibly can. So I am going to have you remanded back to the jail where you will be held. I'm going to have the hearing, and then I'll make a decision as to whether or not I agree with the state, or agree with your counsel, and set what I believe to be, what I believe is the appropriate decision. The state of Ohio's request is, I believe, certainly a reasonable one to not have contact with those surviving victims in this matter. As I'm not setting any bail at this point in time, I guess I'm going to turn to your attorneys. Do you foresee any objection to having her wanting to have contact with them until we are able to actually have bail set?
No, I think that that should be made part of the evidentiary hearing as well. So I think that issue should be held in abeyance until we have that hearing.
Ryan, your thoughts on the matter, as I'm not setting any bail at this point, other than no bail?
I think it would be prudent at this point, and I would urge the court to implement immediately a no contact order with regard to the children. She does have phone privileges at the jail, and so there is some potential for contact, and I think.
Yeah, because they're witnesses and she could influence their testimony. This judge is so nice. So nice. What a breath of fresh air. It's like, it's amazing that we're shocked by the niceties of judges, which is really the way it should be.
That needs to be prohibited.
Let me just ask you, Ryan, is there some other avenue other than usually as a term of a bail, I would say you can't have contact with the victim because I'm not setting any bail. Is there some other avenue from which this could be addressed?
Your Honor, I think anytime you are putting on an entry as it relates to bail, I think anytime you do that, you have the inherent authority to set restrictions. If the court were to impose immediately a no contact order, either directly or indirectly with her children, and if we were later to learn that there was an infraction in that regard, we could bring that to the attention of the court, and the jail could take corrective measures.
Okay. Let's do this. Ms. Miller, I think you probably can gather that this is not something the state wants you to do, is to have contact with any alleged victim. I'm going to take the matter under advisement. I want to double check a couple of things on that point. But as of right now, you're going to be remanded back to the jail where you will be held until we have the potential we call no bail hearing. And from there, I'll be able to set forth specific orders as to what the bail is or isn't going to be in this case. Anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
From the defense counsel?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone. And from there, I will issue in writing what is taking place here today. It's going to be shared with your attorneys, Ms. Miller, and then share it with you. Good.
All the information is scrolling along the bottom of your screen.
Yeah.
The county, the state.
I what you're asking, and we can address it after. If there's nothing further, then the arraignment is concluded and I have to get back to jail.
So different in prison garb, huh? Okay, we're going to go to the comments from the attorney after court. Seeing some wild comments in the chat about the age gap among the children, and is it a religious thing? Is it an infertility thing that you think it's so crazy that there's such a wide gap? So her twins are 18 and her youngest was 4, and that's a 14-year age gap. I have 5 children and there are 16 years between my oldest and youngest. It's nothing to do with my religion. It's nothing to do with infertility. And I think it's wild that people think that that's crazy. But I don't know. like kind of crazy that you think it's crazy to me, because I have 5 kids, and so I don't find that crazy at all. That's the least crazy thing about this case. Thank you, Jeevy. Thanks, Jeezy. Ms. Holmes says, anything coming from MSP is suspect. In my opinion, this is so convoluted. What the actual F? Oh, this is going back to the Hubert case. Maybe you were behind from jump. So many questions for the DA. Thank you so much for your super chat. Venus Blue Crash Baddie says, SVU season 20, episode 12, used laundry excuse. Well, that's interesting, because I wonder if the parents saw that episode of SVU and they decided to use that in their testimony. That's really interesting, because this information was never made public before. So it's not like SVU could have stolen it from the Hubert case. It could have happened, though, the other way around. Let me know what you think. Thanks, Simmy, for becoming a member. I think you're going to like it here. And Charissa Boston Girl 79 gifted a membership. Thank you so much for your gifted membership. And whoever received it, I saw did thank you in the chat. And so you have been thanked. Ms. Holmes says, Mel, in my opinion, we all need therapy after the free Karen Reed trial. We are shell-shocked post-trial. We appreciate decent, honest, and ethical judges and DAs so much now. We do, don't we? We absolutely do. I'd love to know if anybody from the county is in the chat and has any experiences with that judge, and if he's always like that, or if he was especially nice and kind because of her insanity plea. I would love to know. Live Free says, I know you don't usually check email during your stream. I just sent info on Zarutska from someone that's local. Okay, great. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you. And you are correct. But since you pointed it out, if I have time to check it, I will. It just distracts me because it's just me back here trying to manage, like, pulling up video and pulling up my next thing. And it throws my flow off. And this is always a show in motion. So thank you. I'll take a look. And if I can use it, I will. But oftentimes, if you send me stuff or people send me stuff that's unvetted, I can't use it. And because I like receipts and I'm a fact-based channel as an attorney. Also, I want to just mention something briefly, is that I've been receiving a lot of emails from people lately who want me to review their court documents and help them with their cases and come to represent them in New Hampshire. I just want to put it out there that I don't do that. I'm retired from the practice of law. I'm on YouTube commentating right now. Maybe someday I'll go back to practicing for a very special case, but I cannot give you legal advice. This channel is for entertainment purposes only. And if you send me a 17-page email with all of your court documents, I'm not going to read it. I'm not going to respond to it. My best advice for you is that if you need an attorney, please call your local bar association. If you don't have any friends and family that can refer you to an attorney, your local bar association will likely be able to refer you to someone in your area that handles the type of law that you need help with. Okay? So thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. Let's listen to the attorney for Ruth Miller speaking out after court after her plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. Okay? Here we go.
We entered a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity today because based upon the facts of this case, it's very evident that it is fitting. This case would not have happened but for a mental defect that would have prevented Ms. Miller from appreciating the wrongfulness of her conduct.
What happened on that day in your estimation?
Well, there clearly was a serious mental disease that she faced. It was evident to the responding officers, the first responders, and unfortunately it was a tragedy that happened that day. Again, clearly would not have happened but for.
If she is found not guilty by reason of insanity, what happens?
Well, that would be up to the judge, but there would be, it's not as people generally think that if someone's found not guilty by reason of insanity, they're just released to the street. They're released to the custody of a lockdown hospital. They are held until a court is convinced that they've been rehabilitated, their safety to themselves and to the community. So it still is a long term of supervision and work.
Did she not admit to doing that?
Well, I don't think that this is an issue of a whodunit. I think everyone recognizes the fact that that she didn't do it, but that's just one part of it. That's the act. The big question in this case is the why it was done, and that's what this whole case is going to be about: is the why. How did this happen?
I know you cannot say everything she said, but has she shared with you her feelings about what happened on the 23rd?
Well, she's obviously devastated by what occurred. This is not something by any stretch of the imagination where we could think that someone would wake up and destroy not just their life, but the life of their child. I mean, something is wrong, and that's what we're getting to the bottom of now. But obviously, she's devastated with what's happened. She is, her family is, everyone is.
Has the family and the Amish community, are they supporting her through this? I know they tried to help her and her husband.
Yeah, so what we have received is support from family and from community members who have known her entire life. What happened on August 23rd, that person is not the person that they know. That's the person that they all believe was the victim of a mental health episode. And so they're supportive of her and want to know also how could this have happened, and look at her as a victim of mental health. We all know that mental health is a tremendous issue in the community, and we saw it here clear as day, and we saw it in its worst form as to what could happen to someone facing a mental health issue, and certainly unchecked.
Can you speak to what may have precipitated her mental episode as you might describe it?
What do you mean, what may have precipitated it?
Why on that day did she go out, admittedly, and toss her child into the lake?
Yeah, so I think what we have, and I think you've seen them, I know your station has seen them also and posted them, the body cams from the first responders. We see in real time, we saw raw footage of what was going on in her mind and, what she was reacting to and so forth. I think this case, what you're going to see in this case is one centered around mental health, and you're going to see the input of many different experts in many different fields who are going to be talking about that exact question that you just posed. So I think what we're going to need on this is time to really figure it out, and just making a quick statement would be nothing beyond speculation.
Did the judge just set the bond hearing? Can you tell us when that is?
Yeah, so we did just set the bond hearing. That's going to be September 25th at 1:00. And what you should expect at that hearing is going to be not just your kind of typical argument of, why someone should be out, but evidence that addresses the factors that the court's going to consider. So I would expect at that hearing, as evidenced by the motion that will be filed here momentarily, that evidence will be put on certainly by the defense. We'll be calling family members of Ruth Miller's. We'll be calling members of the Tuscrawas County Sheriff's Department, and also mental health professionals from the Cleveland Clinic.
Thank you.
Can you give us your name again, please?
Yeah, Ian Friedman and Madeline Grant, both counsel for Ruth Miller.
Ian, will you be seeking some kind of bond?
We will, yes. We will be seeking a bond, yes.
You don't have a specified amount yet?
No, not yet.
Okay. You will be trying to arrange for a release at the conclusion of the hearing?
We will.
And what can you tell us, and I understand there's confidentiality in play, but do we have any information of what medical treatment she may be getting for her condition at this point?
Yeah, so that at this point has to remain confidential. Yeah. But I think through the course of these hearings, again, because they're based on mental health issues, you'll be having some of your questions answered in the courtroom.
And are you able to tell us any kind of motions you may be making on obtaining medical treatment for her?
So with the not guilty by reason of insanity, one should expect that different professionals will be now visiting with Ruth, both for the state and the defense, and rendering opinions in the case. From there, we'll be filing responsive pleadings.
And then what about the issue whether she's competent to stand trial and assist her in her defense? I think that's separate from an NGRI, right?
Yeah, you're exactly right. So that is separate. The issue of competency may still be raised in the coming days.
Okay, so that's a separate issue. You may raise that. You just haven't yet. So
correct.
Okay.
Did her family try to help her seek any mental counseling or guidance before the incident?
So I don't want to make a comment on that. Again, I think that's one of the issues that will be coming out in the courtroom.
It's a great question.
All right. Did you have a chance to consult your client before today?
Oh, we've been preparing for this with the assistance of our client, Ruth Miller. That simply is letting her know what's going on and so forth. But this is a big process. It is overwhelming for her. And so we're just trying to make sure that she understands it and that her needs are being taken care of. Because she's sitting in a jail cell. She's lost a child as a result of this. So a lot of this is making sure that she.
She killed her child. She didn't just lose her child. She, innocent until proven guilty and all. But she said she took her child to be with God. We watched the body cam footage, but that's one way of zealously representing your client.
She's taken care of.
Has the law enforcement, the prosecutor's office, have they treated your client fairly?
They have. So I have to give kudos to the Tuscrawas County Prosecutor's Office and the Sheriff's Department for their professionalism. We've been working well with them, and I think everyone's going to remain focused on what's important in this case, and that is the mental state of Ruth Miller at the time that she lost her child.
Since her release from the hospital, has she had, a come-to moment where she hit her the realization that what she did and that she lost a child?
I think the magnitude of this is so great that that's going to take some time. I think this is all a process. And a realization today is going to look very different from what it may a day or even a week from now. I mean, this is a nightmare that no parent ever wants to face, and made worse by the fact that, she was there. She was present for this. She was part of this. Whether or not she was mentally stable at the time and so forth, regardless of that, she recognizes the fact that she was there, and this is crushing to her.
How long was she in the hospital again?
A few days.
A few days after her arrest?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So,
are you able to tell us anything about that stay? And
no.
Okay.
Not at this time.
Can you say which hospital?
Yeah, you'll see subpoenas. Excuse me, these bugs are coming out. Subpoenas will be issued here shortly, by tomorrow, actually, and you'll see who's being subpoenaed. And then I think 2 and 2 will be put together. I don't have any problem saying it's the Cleveland Clinic system, but specifics and treatment providers and so forth, those will be listed out by way of subpoena. All right. Thanks, everybody.
Did you have any other updates on the other kids that were involved with the golf cart, how they're doing at all?
Yeah, I don't want to make any comments on the kids. Everyone's struggling right now with what's going on. Thank you for asking, though.
And you're very well known in the area, but are you able to talk about how you were retained in this case?
No. All I'll say is that we, Attorney Grant and I are on board, and we will see this through to the very end.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
Looks like she's got a great attorney on her side. So that's a good thing. Danny says, I grew up 30 minutes from New Philly. Will be reaching out to friends after I'm done with work. Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Live Free 7 says, quote, someone local, end quote, LOL. I'm the local with receipts. Thank you. I saw your email. It's very, very, very long. There are a lot of links involved and a lot of research that you've done. So I just can't address it today. I apologize. I will have to do that sometime when I'm not actively live in a stream. But thanks for sending. And I think your point that you made is that you would not ride that light rail that IRYNA rode in the seat that she was sitting in. And that's one of the points that you made. And I'm not willing to blame IRYNA for sitting where she sat. I'm not really sure. Haven't had a chance to read it. Like I said, thank you for your super chat. And I will when I can. But then Jemmy says, I'm surprised, Melanie, that you have that demeanor with mental health. I'm not really sure what you think my demeanor about mental health is. I have spoken out many, many, many times on this channel that I do not think that we have enough mental health services in this country, that I think that people with mental health issues are regularly let out on no bail, and then they go on to commit even more heinous crimes. So I'm not really quite sure what demeanor it is that you think I have, but I am sympathetic to mental illness and to psychosis. And so I just don't know where that's coming from. But Pinky says, can a psychotic break be a defense? She doesn't seem insane in my opinion, but definitely psychotic. It depends on the state. It depends on the jurisdiction. And some states require that you just have in the moment or in the immediate moments right before the crime happens that you lose your grip with reality. So I'm going to have to do some more research into Ohio law, but yes, that can be a defense. And some states do not even allow a not guilty by reason of insanity plea. And we've seen that in some recent trials that we've covered. And that's just escaping me right now. I think it might have been Carly Gregg in Mississippi. Does that ring a bell? That there was they don't allow an insanity plea. And so in Ohio, apparently they do. And so your answer is, the answer to you is yes. In Ohio, it is, but in some states, it's not. And that's a great question, Pinky. Thank you for your super chat. Al Dente, sorry, did you address Lindsay Gattani suing Cosgrove and Marcy? I addressed that last night in about a 4-hour stream. So I'm sorry that you missed it, but you can go back and watch it if you want to. It was bizarre. She didn't really sue them. She just sort of tried to implead them into her current case that Aiden Carney sued her in, but she didn't do it properly, and it's way too long to get into exactly right now. Megan, thank you. Megan says, I was a reporter that covered the courts 10 years ago. That is Mike Ernst, meaning that judge that we just watched. Overall temperament, and same for, I guess, Ryan and Orvis, who I guess are two other judges in the county. So thank you so much for chiming in, Megan. It is great to know that there are still great judges out there in Ohio. Thank you so very much for chiming in. Barb says, you have to be crazy to drown your child, but was she aware that it was wrong? I'd say yes, she knew it was wrong. Again, every state has a different rule with regard to insanity, temporary insanity, the mens rea or the mental or the intent that's required or lack of intent. And so we have to look into Ohio law a little bit, and we will keep covering this if you guys are interested in it. And we will do some more research so that we can cover it specific to Ohio law. Okay. Ready to switch topics? Hawks Rock says, as someone who's worked in community mental health for 10 years, it breaks my heart that people aren't willing and or don't understand that this is their reality. Agreed. Sherry says, my brother had a psychotic break when he was a soldier in Vietnam. It's real. Affected the rest of his life. Rest in peace. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that happened to you. Hello, Tom Gillis, golf instructor. Welcome. Good day to you as well. Good day to you as well. I don't know what's going on in the chat today. There's some wild stuff going on. People fighting about religion. To me, this is a woman with mental illness. I'm not here to discuss the difference between the Amish and the Mennonite. I'm not here to discuss whether this woman is really Amish or not, whether the Amish have cell phones or golf carts, or this is about a woman who is clearly mentally ill that took the life of her 4-year-old. And for some reason, her husband swam out there and in trying to prove his allegiance to either her or someone else, either took his own life or drowned because he didn't know how to swim. And that's it. And that's it. Let's move on. Brian Walshe. Let's see. Let's note the time here, 2:03:23. There have been several new droppings, several new filings in the Brian Walshe case that we need to go over. But one more comment before we do. Broke Down Palace, off-grid nurse. Oh, that's a Grateful Dead reference. I love that. I will allow it. I'm a psychiatric RN in Tennessee, acute facility. You'd be amazed how many people just walking around you day to day are med non-compliant and diagnosed with schizophrenia. Terrifying. It is terrifying. It is terrifying, and it is terrifying that there are not enough facilities, that there are no beds available. It is terrifying that many people wind up having to go to prison, being mentally ill, and there are no facilities to help them rehabilitate them. Who made me grumpy? I'm not grumpy. I just, you know, I'm not grumpy. There's nothing to make a person not calm down more than telling somebody to calm down. or telling them that they're grumpy. Let's move on. Let's move on to Brian Walshe and the new droppings, because we like new droppings. I just want to double check one thing, and I want to see if his trial date is still currently scheduled for October, because it was. But before we do that, let's bring up the papers. Number one. This is interesting too, because we're going to see some of the same witnesses that are going to testify at the Brian Walshe case that also testified at the Karen Reed case, specifically some of the Bodie Labs employees. Carl Miyasako has been designated as a witness. We've already seen him testify in Karen Reed trial number 2. And they also have actually filed their certificate of compliance in this case, which means it's supposed to mean that they are done with discovery, but you know the Commonwealth. I have too many tabs open, so I had to close some tabs and pull up some documents. So talk amongst yourselves for 1 minute while I do that. And also, the Commonwealth has opposed Brian Walsh's appeal in the motions to suppress, which is interesting. I don't know that we've ever seen the Commonwealth oppose an appeal. But, you know, first time for everything. And they know that if they lose that appeal on the suppression hearing, on the suppression motion, that all of the stuff that they found during the illegal search of Brian Walsh's phone could be tossed. And then they just may have no case. They just may have no case against Brian Walshe. So let me put all these together, and then we'll go. Okay, this is Brian, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts versus Brian Walshe. I think everyone's pretty familiar with this case. However, if you're not, Brian Walshe is accused of murdering his wife, Anna Walshe, who I'm just going to point out had dual citizenship with the U.S. and Serbia. And it was sometime, actually, New Year's Eve and New Year's Day of 2023. This is a no-body murder case in Massachusetts. Anna Walsh's body has never been found. Brian Walsh's story is that his wife said she was going away on business, and in the early morning hours of New Year's Day, 2023, she left the house around 6 in the morning, took an Uber, was supposed to fly to Washington, D.C. She was she was living both in Massachusetts and Washington, D.C. The husband, Brian Walshe, was on house arrest with an ankle monitor because he had been convicted of, or pled guilty to, selling fake Andy Warhol paintings on eBay. You can't make it up. And he didn't report his wife missing right away because the last time she failed to contact him, which was either, I think, on Thanksgiving Day or Christmas Eve when she never came home, she got mad at him and said, "Don't ever call my job because you're going to get me in trouble." And so he says he didn't report her missing right away, but then she was reported missing by her work, because I think he called her work. And then it came out that Anna Walshe was having an affair with some man in Washington, D.C. And many of the same investigators that were involved in the Karen Reed trial and case are also involved in the Brian Walshe / Anna Walshe murder investigation, including Michael Proctor, who was the lead investigator in the Anna Walshe investigation. Michael Proctor, as you know, has been dishonorably discharged and fired from the Massachusetts State Police. And the district attorney in the Brian Walshe case is saying they are not going to call Michael Proctor. There's been a lot of litigation flying around with regard to Proctor's text messages and communications that many defendants, including Brian Walshe, say that they are entitled to. And there is, when we get into the appellate issue, I'll explain to you what happened with the cell phone and tablet of the child if you are not familiar. But there is surveillance video of Brian Walshe going to such places as Home Depot, Lowe's, and either Home Goods or TJ Maxx, I don't remember, buying such things as a large carpet, mops, something like 10 different kinds of hydrogen peroxide, cleaning supplies, mops, buckets, a Tyvek suit, a hacksaw. And then there are some Google searches that Brian Walshe made. He must be the dumbest criminal ever, Googling such things as how to dispose of a 120-pound woman's body if you really need to, best tool to take apart a body, best cleaning supplies, how to get blood out of wood, and such as things like that. Those Google searches were found on the son's iPad. The son, I think, was like 5 or 6. And there's a question about whether the Massachusetts State Police and the investigators who were investigating obtained those Google searches legally, because Brian Walshe gave consent to search his phone. And there's a written agreement about the consent to search his phone between a district attorney, Lynn Beland of Norfolk DA's office, and Brian Walsh's white collar lawyer who was representing him at the time, that they were only going to look for communications, meaning text messages between Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe for a certain period of time. But in true MSP fashion, they did a total phone extraction, and Nick Garino was involved in that, and Connor Keefe was involved in that, and those names may sound familiar from the Karen Reed trial. And they did a total phone extraction. That's how they found the Google searches. That's how they found his location data. They did it without a warrant. In my opinion, it was outside the scope of the consent. That's how they got all of the video of him. That's how they got all of the Google searches of him. And that is a large part of the evidence, because they followed his location data and they have him on video allegedly throwing things into dumpsters that may or may not be body parts. Her body has never been found. It's crazy. Let's go. Here's the most recent filings. This is docket number 159, docket number 159, Commonwealth's notice of criminalistics / DNA experts from the MSP Crime Lab. The Commonwealth may elicit direct expert testimony from the following personnel from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. Reports documenting work performed by these persons, proficiency testing results, and their CVs have been provided to the defense. The Commonwealth reserves the right to supplement this list with other forensic scientists at the MSP Crime Lab that are identified in the discovery. And then they list a whole bunch of Crime Lab employees. Andre Porto is somebody that I recognize the name of because he did testify in the Karen Reed trial. Oops. My highlighter's going crazy. It's got a mind of its own. See if there's anybody else's name on here that we recognize. Oh, look. Well, this is interesting. Look at this. Mary Nagel. Nagle. Is that the same way that Juliana Nagel and Ryan Nagel spell their name? Or do they spell it Nagel? I don't know. Just stands out to me. And aside from that, Andre Porto is the only name that I recognize as having been a witness in one of the Karen Reed trials. Yes, Cosgrove's reverse mortgage, pointing out that there was also blood found in the house, in the basement. Correct. Blood in the basement they found. And then there's a question about whether the search warrant to search the house should be tossed, because Michael Proctor, in his true Michael Proctor fashion, used the illegally obtained Google searches in his probable cause affidavit to get the search warrant for the house, a lot of questions, very complex, but you are correct. They also allegedly found a piece of bone on the hacksaw that they found in the dumpster, but we don't know the results of whether that bone was tested, whether that bone was Anna's. We don't know until the trial. And this was just filed by Greg Connor, Assistant District Attorney, on September 5th. I'm just going to see if they have pushed the trial date for Brian Walshe or if it is still currently scheduled for October in front of Judge Diane Frenier. I guess it's going to depend on what happens with this appeal because they've asked for an extension and they've asked for a single judge panel on the SJC. As of right now, it is still scheduled for October 20th. And there is a status conference, 9:15 at 2 p.m. in front of Judge Krupp. And that must be involving Miles King and all of the other cases because Judge Frenier had to recuse herself, saying she had a conflict in that case. Not in that case, but in that, with regard to that topic, because her mentor has been hired by the Commonwealth to represent them in federal court. So the 9/15 date is on all the cases. Rosemary Scapiccio is involved in. So 9/15, Walsh. And then there is a final pretrial conference on 10/7. And then the trial is supposed to start on October 20th, which would mean that would be when jury selection would start. It will remain to be seen whether those dates change based on the appeal. Moving on to the next document. And this is the Commonwealth's notice of medical experts in the Walsh case. The Commonwealth intends to elicit expert testimony from Dr. Mindy Hull of the Office of the Chief of Medical Examiner of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, OCME. Dr. Hull performed histological microscopic analysis on specimens. Dr. Hull's report, grand jury testimony, photos, and CV have been provided to the defense. The Commonwealth intends to elicit testimony from Dr. Hull, characteristics of each sample, including if they are consistent with animal tissue, including but not limited to blood, blood clots, skeletal muscle tissue, bone cartilage, and or bone marrow. Well, that piques my curiosity. Including if they are consistent with animal tissue. Dr. Hull would testify that the goal of this examination was to look for microscopic evidence of human tissue and bone. Dr. Hull would also testify to her examination of physical evidence that led to her having materials preserved for the histological examination. Dr. Hull would testify to her observations of items without the use of microscope. The Commonwealth intends to elicit expert testimony from Dr. Richard Atkinson of the OCME. Dr. Atkinson performed histological microscopic analysis on specimens. Dr. Atkinson's notes, photos, and CV have been provided to the defense. The Commonwealth intends to elicit testimony from Dr. Atkinson, characteristics of each sample he reviewed, including if they are consistent with animal tissue, not including but limited to blood, blood clots, skeletal muscle tissue, bone cartilage, and or bone marrow. Dr. Atkinson would also testify to his examination of physical evidence that led him to having materials preserved for further examination. Dr. Atkinson would testify to his observation of items without the use of microscope, including metal found within a rug from the Swampscott dumpster Peabody transfer station. Right. So they found a rug may have been the same rug that Brian Walsh is on video buying at Home Goods, I think. Was it Home Goods or Lowe's or something like that? And it might have been, I think, a piece of a necklace that Anna Walsh had been pictured wearing, right? And they also, in one dumpster, found a purse, the purse that she was said to have been leaving with that day, a Prada purse. And her Vax card, I think, was in there. That was also in a dumpster. I'm not sure it was the same dumpster, but I think the metal that they're referring to was possibly the necklace, right? Tom Gillis is here, and he lives in Peabody. If anybody needs golf instruction, look up Tom Gillis. He's also got a YouTube channel. If you need a golf lesson, he's your guy. Yeah, folks don't toss Prada bags away. You are right. I would agree. Oh, Pierce said he bought a rug to replace another one. Right, and there may have been some bloodstains on the rug that they found in the dumpster, if I recall correctly, right? Correct. The Commonwealth intends to elicit expert testimony from Dr. Maria Capo Martinez of the OCME. Dr. Capo Martinez performed visual analysis on specimens. Dr. Maria Capo Martinez's notes and CV have been provided to the defense. The Commonwealth intends to elicit testimony from Dr. Maria Capo Martinez, characteristics of each sample she received, including if they are consistent with animal tissue, including but not limited to blood, blood clots, skeletal muscle tissue, bone, cartilage, and or bone marrow. Dr. Capo Martinez would also testify to her examination of physical evidence that led to her having materials preserved for further examination. XOXO, Greg Connor, ADA. Notice how Greg Connor doesn't even put Michael Morrissey's name on it anywhere. Good on him. He's their top dog, right? Isn't he the top dog in the Norfolk County DA's office? He's their best trial lawyer, and he would not touch the retrial, apparently, of the second Karen Reed persecution. And so they had to go outside and hire Hank Brennan to do the dirty work. And what you'll notice also from this expert exchange, a couple of things, if you're not familiar with Massachusetts, is that the MEs are employed by the state. They're not a separate entity, which is interesting. What you'll also notice here is that none of these experts are hired guns. All of the medical experts are internal employees of Massachusetts, of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. They didn't go out and hire to the tune of tens of thousands of dollars outside expert witnesses the way they did in the second persecution of Karen Reed. You'll notice that also they are calling criminalists from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab instead of also hiring outside expert witnesses, because maybe they don't need to. The only outside witness that we're seeing here so far is Bodie Labs, and they must be contracted with Massachusetts because they do a lot of their DNA analysis, because the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab is not equipped to do certain types of DNA analysis. So this is docket number 158. This is the Commonwealth's notice of DNA experts, and they too are having Bodie come in. And when we went over all of the expense receipts for the Karen Reed second persecution, the Bodie lab bills were not horrific. It was a couple of thousand, maybe $2,800 to have somebody come in and testify. Maybe all the work that Bodie did in Karen Reed's second trial was like $2,800. It certainly wasn't $600,000 like the Aperture bills were. The Commonwealth respectfully indicates that it intends to elicit expert testimony from Carl Miyasako from Bodie Technologies. We did see him testify. It was Karen Reed trial number 2, right? Reports documenting Mr. Miyasako's testing and analysis of evidence in this matter and his CV have been provided to the defense. Commonwealth intends to elicit testimony in accordance with the reports documenting the testing that have been provided to the defense. The Commonwealth may call additional personnel from Bodie to explain their testing and analysis of evidence in this matter. Reports documenting testing and analysis and CVs have been provided. And then they name a whole bunch of people, none of whose names I recognize, saying we may call any one of these 9 people. The Commonwealth reserves the right to supplement this notice with other Bodie personnel listed in the discovery provided. XOXO, Greg Connor, ADA, no mention of Michael Marcy's name. Maybe he doesn't want to associate himself with him anymore. I don't know. Go figure. Would you? All right, let's say that's that. It's that. The opposition is a little bit lengthy, so I suggest you go fill up your drink or your popcorn or whatever it is that you're having. But before that, let's take a look at the certificate of compliance. And that is here. And that was filed. This is docket number 160, docket number 160. This was filed on, I don't know, I can't read that stamp. It's dated September 5th, so within the past couple of days. Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure 14 provides that the prosecution shall disclose to the defense. This is not optional. They have to do it. And permit the defense to discover, inspect, and copy each of the following items and information at or prior to the pretrial conference, provided it is relevant to the case and is in the possession, custody, or control of the prosecutor, persons under the prosecutor's direction and control, or persons who have participated in investigating or evaluating the case and either regularly report to the prosecutor's office or have done so in the case. All police or investigative reports, photographs, video and audio recordings, tangible objects, and all intended exhibits relevant to the case. Name, business telephone numbers, business email addresses, and business addresses of prospective law enforcement witnesses. Names, addresses, dates of birth, and known contact information of the Commonwealth's prospective witnesses, other than law enforcement witnesses. Written or recorded statements and the substance of any oral statements made by the defendant or co-counsel. Written or recorded statements of any person the prosecutor may call as a witness. This includes notes of interviews by law enforcement with persons the prosecutor may call as a witness, unless contained within a disclosed statement or report. A summary of identification procedures, and all written, recorded, or oral statements made in the presence of or by an identifying witness relevant to the issue of identity or to the fairness or accuracy of the identification procedures. Reports of physical examinations of any person or of scientific tests or experiments. Intended expert opinion evidence other than evidence pertaining to defendant's criminal responsibilities subject to Rule 14.4. Grand jury minutes and written or recorded statements of a person who testified before a grand jury. Rule 14 also provides that the prosecution is obligated to provide the information and items favorable to the defense without regard to whether the prosecutor considers the item or information credible, reliable, or admissible, and without regard to whether the information has been reduced to tangible form. The prosecution should review the definition in Rule 14.2b and the non-exhaustive list of examples provided in Rule 14. And remember, Rule 14 was revised after Karen Reed's first trial. And remember also that it was Judge Cannoni who spearheaded that reform, and I think she was the head of the committee in charge of revising Rule 14, and I'm assuming they're quoting new Rule 14 here. Pursuant to Rule 14, to the best of its knowledge, and after reasonable inquiry, the party has disclosed and made available all items and information subject to discovery, other than reports of experts and shall identify each item provided. The party, the Commonwealth, lists the identity of each item of discovery, which has been provided as follows. So here's what they have turned over. Reports of the MSP from Norfolk Detective Unit, Cybercrime, CERT Team, and F Troop. So remember, in this case, they called in the CERT team to search for Anna, and they did a wide-scale search when she was a missing person. Technically, she still is a missing person, but because they never found her body. The CERT team's job is not to collect evidence. We saw them called in the murder investigation of John O'Keefe to start finding taillight pieces after the scene was left unsecured at 34 Fairview for something like 10 or 12 hours. That is not what they do. Their job is to go out and look for missing people, not collect evidence. If you know, you know. Reports from Cohasset PD and other local departments, photographs, 911 calls, and surveillance videos have been provided and are documented in notices of discovery 1 through 15. Physical evidence is available for inspection at a mutually agreeable time and has been described through all the notices of discovery, police reports, search warrants, grand jury minutes, and exhibits. The names of police witnesses are provided in the police reports. See notices of discovery 1 through 15, and the Commonwealth is providing a list of police officers with their department and email address to the defense. The names and identifying information about potential witnesses are provided in discovery notices 1 through 15, and a list of potential witnesses has been provided to the defense. Written and recorded statements of the defendant have been provided to the defense and documented in notices of discovery 1 to 15. Remember also, Brian Walsh's statements were all recorded. They were all recorded. Proctor was there for some of them. The 4 recorded statements of the defendant, 4 of them, and the transcripts of each were also provided in the Commonwealth's attachments to the defendant's motion to suppress the results of the consent search. Written and recorded statements of witnesses have been provided through notices of discovery 1 through 15. So they actually recorded statements of some of the witnesses too. Imagine that. Crazy town. Crazy town. Identification is discussed in the grand jury minutes and exhibits, police reports, which are documented in discovery notices 1 through 15. Reports of scientific testing by the OCME, MSP Crime Lab, cell phone, computer forensics, and Bodie have been provided. The reports of testing are described in notices of discovery 1 through 15. Intended expert opinion evidence, other than evidence pertaining to defendant's criminal responsibility, has been documented in discovery notices 1 to 15, and the Commonwealth's notices of experts that we just read. The Commonwealth provided grand jury minutes and exhibits for February 15th, February 16th, March 1, March 7, and these are all 2023 dates. March 8, March 16, March 21, March 22, March 23, March 29, and March 30th, 2023. See notices of discovery 1 to 15. Information favorable to the defense has been provided to the defense through the grand jury, letters written by the prosecution, and is documented in notices of discovery 1 to 15. The Commonwealth acknowledges its continuing duty to provide such information as it comes into existence. The Commonwealth intends to pay for transportation, meals, and accommodations for witnesses who have been summoned from out of state, including keepers of records. The Commonwealth intends to pay Bodie personnel for their time in accordance with their fee agreement. Look at Greg Connor doing it right. Mastad, I think I saw you chiming in before. Greg Connor's a stand-up guy, right? Like he's the kind of prosecutor that Norfolk County needs and should hang on to. Let me know if you agree, if you're still here. As of the filing of this certificate, there is litigation in Norfolk Superior Court, Peter Krupp, Judge Krupp, and in federal court, Denise Casper, concerning materials subject to federal protective orders and orders of Judge Casper. Yeah, Matt's dad says Connor is absolutely top notch. Integrity, right? Honor and integrity. These materials may result in additional discovery. The Commonwealth is aware of its obligations under Rule 14. Yes, this has to do with all of Proctor's communications that all of the defendants in other pending cases involving Proctor are fighting to get. Commonwealth has been arguing that they're subject to a federal protective order, so they can't turn them over. There's been a lot of litigation about that. Rosemary Scapiccio represents two defendants who are involved in this. One of them is Miles King, and there are a couple of other defendants represented by other attorneys, and Brian Walshe is also involved. We've watched several hearings in front of Judge Krupp about it. They haven't made a lot of progress, but now they're in federal court trying to get the federal court judge to allow it, and we're still waiting for a determination on that. The Commonwealth has provided information in accordance with McFarland, Graham, and Brady, and will continue to provide this information as it becomes known to the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth is in the process of preparing for trial and anticipates that reports will be generated after meetings with witnesses and will provide those reports. I mean, look at him. He's doing it all, everything right. If the Commonwealth obtains additional materials subject to discovery, those items will be identified in a notice of discovery, and a supplemental certificate identifying the additional items will be filed with the court under Rule 14. XOXO. Oh, this one actually does have Michael Marcy's name, but it's signed by Greg Connor. And it's dated December 5th. And he says, completed Norfolk District Attorney's Office travel authorization forms will be provided to defense. He's not going to screw this up for the Commonwealth. However, sadly for Greg Connor, Michael Proctor may have already done that for him in true proctorization in true Proctor form. Maybe, in my opinion. And what this does is when the Commonwealth files their certificate of compliance, which essentially we just read, and says, we've completed our obligations, we've given you everything, that then triggers the defense. And now the defense has to start turning over the evidence that they intend to show at trial, including a witness list and other things that are required by Rule 14. But the prosecutor's obligations are always far broader and greater than the defense's. And so this will now trigger the defense to start turning over their discovery. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Okay. Yeah. And they interview the witnesses right away. I know, it's so crazy, right? It is so crazy. Kindergarten cop says, Mel, cops don't vouch her clothes just in case. Doesn't make sense. They kept her underwear if there was no suspicion of SA back then. Didn't we read something that said, and I thought, or it was implied that it actually was tested back then. But again, whoever reported on this didn't ask the dad when he gave his DNA, what year that was. Yeah, so I'm still confused about it. I'm still confused. So then they would have kept it and they would have tested it, but then there was no question. I don't know. I have so many questions about that Josh Hubert case. Hubert. I keep calling it Hubert. I don't know why. It's Hubert. Thank you, Scott, for chiming in with your 25 years experience with the NYPD. Thank you, Ms. Bouquet. I love you too. I love you more. I love you even more. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Moving on to the Commonwealth's opposition to defendants' Rule 15 application requesting leave to appeal orders of the Norfolk Superior Court denying two motions to suppress evidence. Massdad, is it common? Massdad, obviously, is a Massachusetts guy who works in the system, knows a lot about the law of Massachusetts and the procedure of Massachusetts for reasons I will not disclose. But is it common for the Commonwealth to oppose An application to appeal? I don't remember ever reading one in all the Massachusetts cases that I've covered, but you know more than I because you are in Massachusetts and have been for a very long time. Hang on. He says, yes, it happens more than you think. That's interesting to me. I haven't read this yet, so this is a cold read for me, and I'm assuming that it's because they don't want to delay the trial, and that's going to be their argument. But we'll see, because we're going to read it together. It's a cold read. When it's really stupid, says Makazi G. Oh my God, that is a great profile picture of Cosgrove. That's fantastic. Let's go. Let me get my highlighter ready. The Commonwealth opposes the defendant's application for leave to pursue an interlocutory appeal from the denial of 2 motions seeking to suppress evidence obtained from a consent search of the defendant's phone and his 6-year-old son's iPad, and evidence seized through warrants from his home, digital devices, and cell phone providers. The defendant's claims are not meritorious, and allowing his petition will not facilitate the administration of justice. Trial of this matter, scheduled to begin on October 20th, 2025, should not be delayed. The petition should be denied. And here is a summary statement of the case, which will catch some of you up if you're not familiar with the Brian Walshe case. On March 30th, 2023, a Norfolk grand jury indicted the defendant for murder of Anna Walshe in violation of General Law 265-1, misleading the police in violation of 268-13B, and willfully conveying a body without authority in violation of General Law 272. And footnote 1 says, because she shares the same surname, Anna Walshe is referred to by her first name. On November 6th of 2024, the matter was assigned to Judge Diane Frenier for all purposes. On December 2nd, 2024, October 20th, 2025 trial date was assigned. Important to point out here that this case, before it was reassigned to Judge Frenier, was assigned to Judge Beverly Cannoni. And at the same time it was reassigned to Judge Frenier, the Karen Reed case was ordered to remain with Judge Cannoni, right? On April 18th, 2025, the defendant filed a motion to suppress information resulting from search of electronic devices based on consent, docket number 78, and motion to suppress search warrants, docket 83. On May 9th of 2025, the Commonwealth filed separate oppositions to each motion. The court conducted evidentiary hearings and heard argument on May 18th and 19th and June 18th of 2025. And I'll break for a second to say, if you haven't watched that evidentiary hearing, go back and watch it. I have a whole Brian Walshe trial playlist, and Buchanan testified, and boy, was his demeanor different in front of Judge Frenier. Was it Fanning that testified? I think Garino testified, and it was a whole new world. It was crazy. Go back and watch it if you're interested, because it was, if you watched it, let people in the chat know that it's worth going back to watch. This Judge Frenier actually ordered an evidentiary hearing, unlike Judge Cannoni, because this judge wanted to hear from all of these witnesses and wanted to get their reasons under oath for what they did, something Judge Cannoni never did in the history of the Karen Reed trial. In fact, when evidentiary hearings were scheduled, sometimes she just called him off last minute, even though the witnesses like Jennifer McCabe and Brian Albert were in the courtroom with their attorneys. She just decided to just call it off. Yep, Connor Keefe testified, right, Diane? And Fanning admitted that he just wrote a police report last week, but he backdated it all the way back to January of 2023, because, you know, that's the way we do it here. Basically, I'm summarizing. It's like a parallel universe. It's like the land of the lost. That's why sometimes we put Chaka up in the corner as a mascot. If you're old enough, you know. If you're Gen X, you know Land of the Lost and you know Chaka. And here, I'll put Chaka up because sometimes people call for Chaka. And there's Chaka. If you know, you know. Footnote 2. The hearing took place in Middlesex Superior Court. How am I going to pronounce this? Woburn. Is it Woburn? Woburn. I'm learning. Where the assigned trial judge was sitting. 7 witnesses testified and 27 exhibits were admitted into evidence. The Commonwealth will provide the FTR recordings of the testimony and copy of the exhibits upon request. Woburn? All right, I tried. Woburn. I was going to say Woburn, so Woburn. I said Woburn, so it's Woburn. All right, I'm learning. I'm a quick study, right? Thanks, you guys, for putting up with my bad pronunciations of Massachusetts towns. On June 23, 2025, the Commonwealth filed its response to argument that evidence obtained with 2 search warrants should be suppressed based on search warrant returns. On June 26, 2025, defendant filed a supplemental memorandum in support of defendant's motion to suppress search warrants. On June 27, 2025, the Commonwealth filed a supplemental opposition, docket number 105. Thank you, Carol, for your Venmo. Says, hi, Melanie. Do you plan to cover the trial of Paul Caniero, New Jersey man killed his brother and family, then set the house on fire in 2018? Yep, that's the Colts Neck murders, and the trial has been adjourned. It was supposed to take place. It was supposed to start, I think, this week, and it has been pushed, I think, to January. Thank you, Carol, for your Venmo. And when that trial comes up, as long as we don't have it conflicting with any other trials, I do intend to cover it. But unfortunately, it's been pushed. So there's that. On July 25th, 2025, in separate memoranda of decision, the judge denied both motions to suppress. And I disagreed with at least one of those motions, and that was the one involving the consent search of the phone. On August 22nd, 2025, the defendant filed his notice of appeal from the denial of his motions to suppress in the Superior Court. The defendant filed his application in this court on August 25th of 2025. Motions in limine are due on September 26, 2025, and scheduled to be heard on October 7th, 2025, in anticipation of the October 20th, 2025 trial date. And here's number 3, footnote, which just gives the proper titling of the motions. Summary of facts regarding the consent search, footnote number 4. These facts are derived from the consent decision, supplemented by exhibits from the hearing, including the recorded interviews and testimony, which the judge credited. Well, I think the judge was wrong on the facts, but that's just me. Anna lived in Cohasset with the defendant and their 3 children, ages 2, 4, and 6. She commuted back and forth to Washington, D.C. for work at Tishman Speyer. On Wednesday, January 4th, 2023, the defendant called Anna's employer in Washington, D.C. and said that he had not heard from Anna since the morning of Sunday, January 1st. Anna's employer contacted Cohasset police, and at 11:44 a.m., a Cohasset officer went to the Walshe residence at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. And we know, I'll break for a second to say, we know they were renting that house because there was some litigation by the landlord against Brian Walsh's mother for all the damage done to the house during the execution of the search warrants. And what he said, his expenses are for cleaning up the alleged crime scene. We went over that on another stream. The defendant reported that he had last seen Anna between 6 and 7 a.m. on January 1, 2023, when she took an Uber or Lyft to Logan Airport to return to Washington, D.C. for a work emergency. The defendant said he and Anna typically spoke frequently, and he had tried unsuccessfully to text her and then contacted her employer. The defendant provided information for Cohasset police to use to fill out missing persons report for Anna. Investigation by Cohasset police showed that JetBlue had no record of Anna flying on the morning of January 1, 2023, and that Uber had no records of a pickup or drop-off at the Walshe residence. The defendant consented to Washington Metro Police entering the Walshe townhouse in Washington, D.C. Anna was not there, and there was no sign of a forced entry. Anybody from Cohasset in the chat? A couple of people wrote to me from Cohasset, and they said, listen, like, it's impossible to get an Uber where we live. And so many people will use a taxi company. Number one, like a yellow cab, I guess. And also, I'm going to point out that just because there was no flight record of her doesn't mean, and many people have pointed out, this could have been like a Gone Girl type situation, because it did come out that she was having an affair with a guy in D.C. because Yuri Buchanan flew to D.C. to interview him. I think it was Yuri, right? And just because there was no record of JetBlue doesn't mean she didn't like just leave some other way. Maybe somebody picked her up. I don't know. Unfortunately, I do not think she's still alive. I don't know. I'm waiting to see the DNA on the bone fragment before I can really make any informed decision. So we're kind of just waiting to see how this goes. I'm just playing devil's advocate a lot. Around 6:30 p.m. on January 4th, 2023, the defendant participated. He is like the devil. He looks like the devil. And like he got a hammer, his haircut with a hammer by Elsie the barber, who's also an inmate, the Norfolk County Pokey, according to Aiden Carney. Around 6:30 p.m. on January 4th, the defendant participated in the first of 4 recorded interviews with the police. Audio recordings and transcripts of the 4 interviews were marked as exhibits at the hearing. Again, they were recorded. All 4 of them. Isn't that technology? Crazy, right? The defendant showed police his phone and said that Anna sometimes used it to send photos to herself, and said that Anna's iMessages sometimes appeared on it, and encouraged police to look at it. On January 5th, 2023, Cohasset police created and disseminated a missing person bulletin, coordinated with Anna's friends and family members, checked for any international travel, flagged Anna's passport for an alert if she attempted international travel, coordinated with taxi companies and ride shares, and arranged for a canine search of the Walshe residence. Cohasset police requested the assistance of the MSP Detective Unit. MSP Trooper David DeChico and MSP Sergeant Yuri Buchanan were briefed on the investigation and listened to the audio recording of the defendant's January 4th, 2023 interview. Notice how they don't mention Michael Proctor at all. At approximately 8 p.m. on January 5th, police conducted a second recorded interview of the defendant in his home. The defendant was home with his 3 children. His mother was present, and the Walsh's nanny was leaving when the police arrived. The defendant was calm and cooperative and repeatedly indicated he wanted to cooperate with law enforcement's investigation to find his missing wife. The defendant told police he typically had daily contact with Anna, had no concerns about Anna committing suicide, and that neither spouse was involved in an extramarital affair. The defendant said that he did not argue with Anna on the morning of January 1 of 2023. Well into the interview, police asked the defendant if police could download his phone. The defendant remarked that it was a, quote, huge amount of personal information, and he wanted to speak to the attorney who represented him in federal court, and said it was his intention and declaration to give police access to the phone after speaking with attorney Tracy Minor. And again, the DA's office is pulling all of these facts from Judge Frenier's decision to deny the motions to suppress. Footnote 6. Evidence at the hearing included that the defendant had a pending criminal case in the U.S. District Court and was subject to conditions of release. Copy of the federal docket in U.S. Brian Walsh was marked as an exhibit. And that was for the fake Andy Warhol paintings that he sold to the tune of like $80,000 to an Andy Warhol collector on eBay because you just can't make it up. He had an ankle monitor, but apparently the ankle monitor did not track his GPS or his whereabouts, only the time that he left his house, because he was allowed under his conditions to leave his house at certain times, like to drive the kids to school, to pick the kids up from school, to visit his mother, and to go to the doctors and things like that. While the defendant was being interviewed on January 5th of 2023, Sergeant Buchanan and another officer were speaking with the defendant's mother and his 6-year-old son. Yes, you read that right. Sergeant Yuri Buchanan interviewed a 6-year-old child. Because, you know, he's got the special training and the soft touch. Not. The son said that Anna fixed his iPad moments before she left the house on the morning of January 1st, 2023. Okay, so the 6-year-old told Yuri Buchanan that his mother came downstairs, that he came downstairs and the mother was on the couch in her pajamas. And then she went upstairs to get changed. And then when she came back, she had a suitcase. And he described the size of the suitcase. And he said that the child said he told the mom that his iPad was broken and she fixed the iPad. She manipulated it somehow. And that she left in a taxi. And he saw her get into a cab or a taxi, right? I mean, he said those words. I have questions. After the interview, police continued efforts to find Anna, including checking for recent bank activity. Police learned that Anna's phone last connected with a cell tower on January 2nd, 2023 at 3:14 a.m. That tower was about a quarter mile from the Walsh residence. On January 6, 2023, MSP brought in additional assets. I find that humorous. Use of the word assets, because many of the MSP that we're familiar with are not really assets to the department. But I think he's using it in a different way. Like people, bodies, not something positive to add to the department. I need a sip. Hold on. Yes, MC Kazi G. Did Yuri say, I can't understand you, kid? English is my third language? No, of course not. He didn't ask for a dictionary. Nothing. And if you haven't watched his testimony in that evidentiary hearing, go back to the playlist and check it out. On January 6th, MSP brought in additional assets to conduct a large-scale search for Anna, and Chief Quigley held a press conference characterizing the case as a missing person investigation. Meanwhile, the defendant had informed Attorney Minor of the government's request to download and examine his phone and other digital devices. On January 6th of 2023, the defendant went to Attorney Minor's home, where she explained his rights and spent several hours reviewing the defendant's phone and the son's iPad. Attorney Minor found no text messages, emails, phone calls, or voicemail during her review of the son's iPad. Right, because that's what she was looking for. She wasn't looking for Google searches because they didn't agree that they could look for Google searches, in my opinion. On January 6, 2023, Attorney Minor had several conversations with Sergeant Buchanan regarding the defendant's consent to digital evidence extractions of certain devices. Sergeant Buchanan explained that law enforcement wanted to perform a full extraction. Sergeant Buchanan had interviewed the son on January 5th of 2023 and knew that if Anna had manipulated the son's iPad, there would be a digital imprint of it on the iPad. Attorney Minor contacted the defendant, then called Sergeant Buchanan back and stated that they would consent to the requested extraction with some limitation, Attorney Minor asked that the search exclude her attorney-client communication with the defendant and suggested a date limitation of December 25 to January 6 of 2023. And these are the facts according to the judge's decision. It's important to point out the judge she discredited the testimony of the attorney Minor and believed Buchanan over the attorney, which was wild. Attorney Minor wanted to document their verbal agreement. First Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beeland and Attorney Minor exchanged 3 emails memorializing the agreement. Sergeant Buchanan was copied on the emails. Attorney Minor then contacted the defendant to inform him of the terms and told him it was his decision whether to turn the devices over for extraction and analysis. Because he was traveling to Washington, D.C. to further investigate on his disappearance, Sergeant Buchanan asked MSP Lieutenant John Fanning to pick up the devices. Lieutenant Fanning called Attorney Minor, and she told him that he could go to the Walshe residence to pick up the devices. In his conversation with Attorney Minor, Lieutenant Fanning raised the importance of the son's iPad, that because Anna had touched it and fixed it on the morning of January 1, 2023, the time that happened would narrow the time frame for law enforcement to take in surveillance of vehicles coming and going from the Walshe residence. Lieutenant Fanning arrived at the Walshe residence in the 4 p.m. hour, believing he was to retrieve the defendant's phone and the son's iPad. The defendant was very cooperative, cordial, and helpful as he gave his phone and the son's iPad to Lieutenant Fanning, then said he had another iPad that the children used that he wanted to give to Lieutenant Fanning. Now, this is according to Fanning's testimony. The defendant retrieved his second iPad, which had a cracked screen, and gave it to Lieutenant Fanning, who confirmed the passwords for the devices. Now I ask you, if Brian Walshe made all of those incriminating Google searches on his son's iPad, do you think he would have just handed it over on consent and then went and got another iPad and turned it over? And I also have another question. What do they call your Apple ID? Whose Apple ID was signed into the 6-year-old son's iPad on which the Google searches were found? I have questions. Because let's just say it was signed into Anna Walsh's Apple ID. Any Google searches that she may have made on other devices, wouldn't they show up on that iPad too? Are there any Apple experts in the chat? So if she wanted to fake her disappearance, I'm not saying she did, but if she wanted to, could she make a whole bunch of incriminating Google searches on another device? Would they pop up on that iPad on January 6th? She's missing since January 1. Is that possible? Everyone smash the like button. Smash the like button, everyone. Rainy Day says, sorry, but Walshe doesn't strike me as a genius. But he's a convicted felon, right? I mean, he's already convicted on those federal charges. And like, first of all, they're the dumbest searches in the history of crime. Like the dumbest searches. And the one time that I did a stream and put them up on the screen, I was totally demonetized. YouTube didn't like them. You can search for them if you want. Just Google search Brian Walsh's Google searches, and they'll come up for you. They're literally the dumbest searches ever. All I want to know is that possible? We need to call Jessica Hyde to find out, says Mrs. Sarcasm, and I'll allow it. Jessica Hyde, if Anna Walsh's Apple ID was signed into the son's iPad and she made some Google searches either on that iPad or a different device, wouldn't they show up on that device? I don't know. Not always, but it's possible, right? Hey, Larry Tipton. Get an expert. That's my question. Anyway, moving on. Lieutenant Fanning gave the devices to Trooper Connor Keefe. Beginning on the night of January 6th, and you know Connor Keefe also from the Karen Reed trial, he's the guy who went to 34 Fairview and wrote down when they started collecting the taillight pieces, but didn't really write down where they found them or what time they were found or who found them. But I think he was there, right? I think. Beginning on the night of January 6, 2023, Trooper Keefe and Trooper Nicholas Garino extracted the devices with the Gray Key software. The devices were returned to the defendant on January 7th, 2023. Okay, let me point out. MSP is still in possession of Aiden Carney's cell phones and still in possession of Karen Reed's cell phones that they won't return for whatever reason. And this guy who allegedly hacked up his wife got his devices back in less than 24 hours. Okay. I have questions. On the morning of January 7th, 2023, Cohasset Police received a ransom email from Richard Walker 9984@gmail.com. I still want to know who that traced back to. Also on January 7th, 2023, beginning around 1:30 p.m., the defendant participated in the third recorded interview. Attorney Minor was present and was recorded as she participated in the discussion. The defendant stated that Anna used Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, Viber, and Venmo, and various online banking and financial applications, including Chase and JetBlue Credit. During the interview, Attorney Minor interrupted the defendant to remind him not to discuss attorney-client conversations. The defendant explained the protocol he undertook to alert federal authorities when he was leaving his home, and that he was required to send an email to federal authorities if an emergency required him to leave the home. Attorney Minor granted permission to review those emails. During the January 7th, 2023 interview, consistent with information he provided in earlier interviews, the defendant stated that on January 1 of 2023, he left his home to get milk and orange juice at Shaw's Supermarket, returned home with those items, then went to his mother's home in Swampscott. He said he got lost on the way because he did not have his cell phone, which he typically used for directions. In Swampscott, he went to Whole Foods and CVS for his mother. He said that on January 2nd, 2023, he went to get ice cream with his son in Norwell. Okay, his story was one of his kids took his phone and hid it, and he didn't find it until, I don't remember which day, but therefore when he went to his mother's house, she had just moved, and did he not know how to use the GPS in his Volvo? I have questions, but I don't know. At approximately 4 p.m., Lieutenant Fanning dispatched troopers to Whole Foods in Swampscott and CVS to confirm the defendant's account of his whereabouts on January 1st. Sometime between 6 and 7 p.m., troopers reported that the video surveillance at Whole Foods and CVS did not show the defendant being present when he said he was, and that CVS had no record of the purchase he said he made. Around 5 p.m. on January 7th, 2023, troopers began examining the data extracted from the devices. Trooper Garino's examination of data from the son's iPad showed research on December 27th, 2022, about the best and worst states to get divorced. And beginning around 4:55 a.m. on January 1, 2023, about disposal of a human body. Trooper Garino notified his supervisor and made a PDF of searches, which he emailed to his supervisor and other troopers. A decision was made that Trooper Garino would discontinue the search of information extracted from the iPad and seek a warrant for the device, which had been returned to the Walshe residence. Let's just stop right there. If Garino didn't think he was outside the scope of the consent warrant, why would he discontinue his search? Why would they all agree for him to discontinue his search? And if Fanning at 4 p.m. sent troopers to Whole Foods in Swampscott and CVS and found that he was not where he said he was, Why didn't they right then and there go to a judge, get a search warrant to search the location data on Walsh's phone and say, he lied to us about where he was, Your Honor. We need the location data on his phone, get the warrant, and then start the search. That's how simple it is. And they didn't do it. They did an extraction. They started finding the incriminating Google searches. They stopped, but it was too late because they didn't get the search warrant for the phone until the 8th. And listen, he could be guilty as hell, but if they start infringing on his constitutional rights against illegal search and seizure and improper search warrants and going outside the scope of consent warrants, you'll be next. And that's what this is about. It's about procedure. And it's about, is this just the way the MSP does it? And they never thought they would get caught, and they never thought Karen Reed would come in, of all people, and shine a spotlight on their shoddy procedures and their shoddy investigations. Maybe. But isn't it better for one guilty person to go free than for one innocent person to be sent to prison for life? Swampskid is right? All right. Oh, sweetie, no. Oh, sweetie, no. It's right. I did it right. Thank you so much. Trooper Keefe's examination of the phone showed that it had been in the area of a Rockland Home Depot on January 2nd of 2023. The defendant had told police that he only went to the Press Juice Bar in Norwell that day. Shout out to the Press Juice Bar in Norwell. Trooper Keefe also, I'm just going to break to say, Trooper Keefe left the devices unattended overnight. He went home, left them there overnight unattended, and then went back like the next day and continued extracting. Hold on a moment. Just a gentle reminder for everyone to please hit the like button. Thank you so much. It helps the algorithm or something, they tell me. By the evening of January 7th, 2023, MSP believed that the defendant had provided false information to officers about his whereabouts on January 1 of 2023. And based on the totality of the investigation, including the suspicious search history on the iPad, MSP sought and obtained a warrant for the Walshe residence. Here's the other problem. It's called Fruits of the Poisonous Tree. Fruits of the Poisonous Tree, taking me back to Evidence 101 in law school. If you obtain evidence without a proper search warrant that then leads you to other evidence, that is called Fruits of the Poisonous Tree. And therefore, in the real world, everything that you obtain from the fruits of the poisonous tree should also be excluded or suppressed. So it is my opinion that if, and in my opinion they did, MSP went outside the scope of the consent search warrant because the emails between Tracy Minor and Lynn Beland, the four corners of those emails is what should govern here. That is an agreement. And the agreement was for communications between Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe between a 1-week period. If the MSP went outside the scope of that consent agreement and got all this information, like the Google searches, and then Michael Proctor uses the Google searches in his application for a search warrant to search the house, it's Fruits of the Poisonous Tree. Are you picking up what I'm laying down here? Miss Jessica says, blessed be the fruit, even if it's poisonous. And this is like Gilead in lots of ways. Lots of ways. Awesome. Deborah says it was the grandmother's Apple ID. Oh, yeah? Do you know that for a fact? Deborah Kelsey? That's interesting. I don't know. I don't know that that's ever been brought out. If you have information, tell us the tea. The judge found that even without the suspicious search history uncovered by Trooper Garino, MSP would have sought a search warrant of the Walshe residence, less the physiologic evidence. Okay, well, the physiologic evidence is the blood and other things that they may or may not have found in the basement, all of which we don't know about yet. And instruments of the crime, again, would be a weapon, a hacksaw. Instruments of the crime couldn't that also extend to cleaning supplies and mops and such things? And remember also, Brian Walsh had also given them consent to search the house. They searched the house once before, and the grounds and his car. Did they not go in the basement? Did they not see all these incriminating things before? I don't know why. They wouldn't have. On January 8th, 2023, Trooper Keefe continued to look at the native location data on the defendant's iPhone. Based on that data, Trooper Keefe asked that officers be sent to the Claremont Apartments in Abington, the Point Apartments in Abington, and the Chatham West Apartment in Brockton to retrieve surveillance video for certain time periods in an attempt to find Anna. Between 8 and 9 a.m. on January 8th of 2023, police executed search warrant number at the Walshe residence and seized digital devices. So they took the digital devices that they had already returned to him and some other ones. Once the scene was secured, Lieutenant Fanning contacted Attorney Minor, who arrived about 15 minutes later and facilitated the defendant and his family going to her nearby home while the search was conducted. Police conducted the fourth recorded interview of the defendant at Attorney Minor's home around 11:30 that morning. Attorney Minor terminated the interview after police started inquiring about searches on the son's iPad in the early morning hours of January 1, 2023, relating to the disposal of a human body and body decomp. Police arrested the defendant that afternoon. Footnote 7. The defendant was arrested on a charge of misleading the police in Quincy District Court. Search warrants. The defendant's motion to suppress challenged 13 search warrants. One for the Walshe residence, one for a Volkswagen Beetle, two for MacBooks, three for MacBooks actually, one for an iPad mini, two other iPads, an iPhone, Verizon records for two different phone numbers, call detail and location data, and an iPad from Anna Walsh's DC residence. Footnote 8. Defendant's motion did not challenge the search warrants for Lyft, Uber, the Google warrant for Richard Walker 9984@gmail.com, the Volvo, Ford F-150, AT&T, and AT&T Car Connect. I mean, you guys have some of the best usernames in the history of YouTube. And I love how, depending on the day's stream or the topic at hand or the trial, you change them to match. And here's a great example. LG sues, she can't. Frozen, let it go. Girl, that is so well done. Bravo to you. Says Michael Proctor went to the school of the fruit of the poisonous tree. Thank you for your 5. Thank you for the laughs, because we all need them. Because if we don't keep laughing, we're just going to cry. An alienated sharpness became a new member. And hold on a second.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, I'm here.
Every now and then we need Cardi B to remind us to not be so serious about things. Let's hear it again for your listening pleasure. Thank you, Cardi B.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, I'm here.
It's the attorney. Hello, I'm here. Hello, I'm here. I love that so much for her. There's some other clips of Cardi B that I got to show you. She's like out in New York City, like selling her album on the sidewalk. It's hilarious. She is using this to her advantage, this court stuff. She's doing like limited edition CDs of her new record with like screenshots of her from court, like that one. It's fantastic. She's hilarious. I'm not a fan of her lyrics and her music, but I will say she's a funny person. She's a funny person. Every wig was fantastic. Her makeup was on point. If you didn't watch us go over that trial, you should check it out because it was funny. It was a personal injury case. Somebody sued Cardi B for allegedly attacking her in a doctor's office building. Hello? Judges, back to the document, judges' memoranda of decisions and orders on the motions to suppress. The judge made detailed findings of fact as to the defendant's consent. The judge found that the 6 police officers who testified at the hearing were credible with respect to all material aspects of their fact testimony. The judge credited much of Attorney Minor's testimony, but did not credit Attorney Minor's, and then they quote the judge, did not credit Attorney Minor's recollection of the agreed to restrictions on the examination of the data extracted from the electronic devices Brian consensually turned over to law enforcement on January 6 of 2023. More specifically, the court does not credit Attorney Minor's present recollection that law enforcement examination of extracted devices was limited to communications between Brian and other persons for the period of December 25th, 2022 through January 6th of 2023. That recollection, more than 2 years after the interactions in question, is contradicted by and inconsistent with other evidence that the court finds more reliable and believable. The judge did not credit Attorney Minor's recollection that she was at the Walshe residence when police arrived to execute the search warrant. The judge found that the defendant's consent was voluntary. Police did not exceed the scope of the consent. The scope of the agreement was not ambiguous, and discovery of the information on the devices was certain as a practical matter. The judge found that there was probable cause for the warrants for the Walshe residence, the digital devices, the Verizon phone records for 2 different phones. 2 different phones. The judge severed and suppressed CSLI, meaning the location data, for December 30th to 31, 2022 from phone 8646. The judge found no probable cause to install a GPS device on the defendant's mother's Volkswagen Beetle and ruled that any evidence obtained from that warrant would be suppressed. Well, I don't think they ever attached the GPS device to the Volkswagen Beetle. But they didn't they allow Proctor to sneak into the garage in the middle of the night and attach a GPS to his Volvo? He got somebody in there to, Proctor got a judge to sign off on that, right? Argument. Because the administration of justice would not be facilitated by interlocutory review of the denial of the motions to suppress, this petition should not be considered on its merit. Interlocutory review may not be used as a substitute for normal appellate review. In case you're confused, interlocutory review is something that you can appeal, and there's very narrow circumstances under which you can appeal a court ruling before the final conclusion of a criminal case in Massachusetts. A denial of a motion to suppress certain evidence is one of the very few reasons that you can appeal before the trial starts, because the argument is this decision is wrong. If this evidence is allowed at the trial, there's going to be an unfair conviction, and therefore the defendant's right to a fair trial should supersede everything. But the Commonwealth is fighting their right to appeal, and this is what they say. The correctness of a judge's ruling on a suppression motion may be raised in the ordinary course of appeal. No authority allows a defendant to obtain interlocutory appellate review of the denial of a motion to suppress as a matter of right. So it's not automatic. It's within the discretion of the SJC, which is the appellate court in Massachusetts. A single justice of the SJC may, as a matter of discretion, allow such an application for interlocutory review of a motion to suppress if the single justice determines that the administration of justice would be facilitated. A defendant must demonstrate how the administration of justice would be facilitated by the grant of leave to appeal. The defendant has failed to demonstrate how the administration of justice would be facilitated by granting him leave to appeal from the denial of his motions to suppress. Although, as the defendant points out, the present record of the issues is well established factually, the record will remain available for review in the event the defendant is convicted. And this defendant has made no showing as to how he could be prejudiced more than any other defendant awaiting the ordinary course of appeal. The October 20, 2025 trial date was assigned more than 9 months ago on December 2nd, 2024. Trial scheduled to begin fewer than 7 weeks, and the trial jurors would already have been summoned. Yes, but the jury has not been selected, and the judge just ruled on the motions to suppress less than a month ago. The Commonwealth has devoted considerable resources for the October 20th, 2025 trial date, among other things, filing 5 subpoenas for out-of-state witnesses. Yeah, that's not substantial prejudice. The Commonwealth is devoting considerable resources to summonsing in-state witnesses, coordinating travel for out-of-state witnesses and experts, preparing motions in limine for filing by September 26, 2025, in anticipation of an October 7th hearing and preparing for trial in general. The public has the right to have criminal complaints or indictments be tried and disposed of with reasonable dispatch. Well, tell that to the public who is now watching the trial of Joshua Hubert 7 years after he allegedly attempted to murder and raped a 7-year-old. Tell that to the public. This is from 2023. The Hubert trial surrounds events occurring in 2017. Because the defendant has failed to show how the administration of justice would be facilitated or how he could be prejudiced more than any other defendant awaiting the ordinary course of appeal, his petition should be denied and this matter should proceed to trial. Right? So he should wait until after he's convicted and then appeal is what they're saying. 2, the judge correctly applied the totality of the circumstances standard to the facts when she found that the defendant voluntarily consented to the search of data on the devices from December 25th to January 6, 2023, that police did not exceed the scope of the agreement and that the agreement was not ambiguous. If this court reaches the merits of the defendant's petition, it should be denied. In reviewing a decision on a motion to suppress, the reviewing court accepts the judge's subsidiary findings of fact, absent clear error, but conducts an independent review of the judge's ultimate findings and conclusions of law. The defendant does not appear to challenge the judge's finding that there was no coercion and that he voluntarily consented to searches of the 3 devices he gave to the police on January 6th. Instead, he contends the judge erred when she found that police did not exceed the scope of the defendant's consent, the consent agreement was not ambiguous, and discovery of the information on the devices was inevitable. Yeah, they are. Now they're worried about recourses. Exactly. Red Eye, LAX to Boston. Another great username. Can't you take the red eye, Mr. Jackson? A search based on consent may not exceed the scope of that consent. What, if any, limitations on the consent are implied by the language or conduct of the consenting party is a question in the first instance for the judgment of the police officers to whom the consent is given. The ultimate question is whether, in light of all the circumstances, a man of reasonable caution would be warranted in the belief that some limitation was intended by the consent given. This goes on for another 10 pages, so I'm going to scroll through here slowly so that you can freeze and read it for yourself if you like, so that we can move on. I disagree with the judge's decision. And Mass Dad, if you're still here, let me know if you think the SJC will agree to hear this. I think they will. I think this is a matter of huge importance. I think the four corners of those emails should govern. And I think Buchanan's testimony was crap. And they go on to, say Buchanan's testimony should be given more weight, blah, blah, blah. Judge wasn't wrong. That the judge was right to discredit the attorney's testimony. And again, I'm pointing out, and they pointed out in a footnote, although First Assistant Lynn Beeland, who is retired, did not testify, her affidavit was marked as an exhibit at the hearing. Well, here's the problem with an affidavit. You can't cross-examine it. Why didn't they bring her in? Because she wasn't going to fall on the sword for them. Minnesota said they should hear it, and I'm hopeful that they will, but they have very few interlocutory appeals. Well, I mean, just to point out one that we know of was on the Karen Reed before trial number 1, the issue regarding Jen McCabe's Google search records and some of somebody's cell phone records, and I can't remember, but they did agree to hear it, and it went up on appeal, and it was partially overturned. So that's one that I could think of in one of the Massachusetts cases that I've covered. But you're right, they don't hear it a lot, but I think they should. They don't always agree to do what I want, though. But Lynn Beeland absolutely should have been called in to testify, in my opinion, also. Moving on. I will say that Greg Connor's legal writing is far better than some of the legal writing that we've had the pleasure of reading together, like Hank Brennan's and Adam Lally's. Point 3, the judge is finding that the discovery of the searches on the iPad and location data was on the phone. The location data on the phone was inevitable, and that the affidavits in support of the warrants established probable cause were not clearly erroneous. And then they will give some further argument with regard to that. Much of this are arguments that were already made in the underlying motions, and so I'll just scroll through here because it's repetitive in addition to it's repetitive of some of the stuff we've already read and some of the stuff we've been over before. And so there you go. And all of this stuff would have been no spelling mistakes. I know, Patty. Very repetitive. And this goes on until page number 25, I think. Let's see the conclusion. Oh, page number 20. Is that it? Page number 22. Why is there no signature page? I don't know. The signature page is blank, but it's 22 pages long, 23 pages long. And there you go. We don't want you to appeal it because it's not fair to the Commonwealth. Okay. Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns on the Brian Walshe appeal? Checkers Against Tie Clubs is here and says, been here for 13 months. Happy Baker's Dozen anniversary. Happy anniversary to us. Thank you, Valoma Unstuck, for your 20. Very much enjoy these afternoon streams, Melanie. Oh, me too. Me too. It's good. It's good to be able to cover a lot of topics in one day. I timestamp everything for you below. So you can, if you're just tuning in, and you want to only learn about a certain case, you can go to that certain case and learn about only that certain case or catch up on only that certain case. Thank you very much for your 20 and Alienated Sharpness. Thanks for becoming a member. I think you're going to like it here. The papers. We're reviewing the papers. Detective McClark says, yeah, concerns as usual. I have concerns, all of the concerns. How long will it take is my question. How long will it take for the SJC to decide whether or not they're going to hear it? And will it happen before the next conference? I don't know. Do they do these things on an emergency basis? I don't know. How do I close this? Close. Okay. I missed the XOXO. XOXO. All right. Moving on to our next topic conversation, which is Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Wait, did I timestamp Walsh? Did I not timestamp Walsh? When we parted, I don't remember what day it was now. What day is today? Today's Wednesday. Monday, there was a bail hearing for Kelsey Fitzsimmons, the North Andover police officer charged with several felonies after she was shot in the chest by another North Andover police officer serving her with a 209A order and taking her baby away. Her story is she retrieved her firearm, pointed it at herself, and was shot by another North Andover police officer. She has since undergone 4 surgeries. She was scheduled for another one yesterday. I don't know what happened with that surgery. She was granted bail by the judge. I wanted to cover the bail hearing with you on Monday, but they told me that there was not going to be any Zoom feed because they don't do Zoom in whatever court that was. And now I can't remember. But there is some video of Tim Bradel outside of court. I have it for you somewhere. Let me just find it. And Kelsey Fitzsimmons has finally been released. And Mike Crawford of the Young Jerks was in the courtroom that day. Thank him for doing the Lord's work, because there was no Zoom feed. They just didn't turn it on. I keep my notes in so many different places that it's, sometimes it's hard to find my notes, but it's got to be in my YouTube watch history. So give me a second to find it for you. And we will listen to the comments of Tim Bradel after the bail hearing, which happened this past Monday. Talk amongst yourselves for a minute. That's not it. I think it was Mass Live. Do, 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 do. Okay, so this was after Kelsey Fitzsimmons' bail hearing on Monday. The judge had agreed to release her on bail with certain conditions all the way back, I believe, August 29th. And then what had happened was mainstream media reported that she had been released to the custody of her mom and her stepdad. But that was not true. That was incorrect reporting, because the judge wanted to ensure that some other conditions were met. And therefore, she was not actually released until 2 days ago, which was September 8th, due to the relentless work of not only Tim Bradel, attorney Tim Bradel, but paralegal Courtney Healy and her tireless efforts to get the court everything they needed to get Kelsey released finally to the custody of her parents. And here we go.
So I bet you thought we went out the back door.
We had faith.
Yeah. Come on over here, guys. So thanks for sticking around. First of all, I wanted to say how happy we are that Kelsey's out, but I wanted to introduce Martha Coakley, who brings such a wealth of experience to this.
Okay, so Martha Coakley has joined the defense team. Come to your screen if you're not looking at your screen, if you can do so safely. This is Tim Bradle, who, as you know, also represents Aiden Carney, aka Turtle Boy. This is Kelsey FITZSIMMONS standing next to him with the glasses. And to the right of your screen, with the amazingly gorgeous silver hair, is Tim Bradle's amazing paralegal, Courtney Healy. Martha Coakley was the former, oh, she's the former Attorney General. Hang on. She was the Attorney General of Massachusetts from 2007 to 2015. And the chat is saying Martha Coakley is a beast. She's the former Massachusetts AG, the first woman AG in Massachusetts, says Mitchell. Thanks, Mitchell. And she has joined the defense team. And then you will notice to the right, there's a gentleman standing to the right of Martha Coakley as you're looking at your screen. That is Kelsey FITZSIMMONS' stepfather. And then behind Tim Bradle, a little bit in a gray suit, that is Kelsey FITZSIMMONS' dad. Let's take that back just a little tiny bit.
Of experience to this case. I wanted to say how happy we are that Kelsey's out, but I wanted to introduce Martha Coakley, who brings such a wealth of experience to this case and advocacy over the years on both sides that has been incredible. And we're just so proud and happy to have her with us on the case. And so we're going to hand it over to Martha to go first.
So Kelsey FITZSIMMONS is going home today. She's very happy about that, as are we. She knows, as we do, that the court always has to balance a lot of things, and we appreciate that the court did that today. Kelsey and her family have agreed to all of the conditions that the court has imposed. She looks very much forward to going home to recover, to prepare for what's ahead in this case, because she is innocent, and we believe that, and she knows that. And she looks forward to that recovery and her day in court.
Absolutely. So
She's an AG. She's an AG. Reminding me of that Newport, Rhode Island AG. I'm an AG. I'm an AG. Oh my God, that body cam footage. That was such a fun day that we watched that body cam footage. That was fantastic. Thanks for reminding me, Mrs. Sarcasm.
thanks a lot, guys. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, just how much can you say about sort of what happened between the arraignment and today in terms of why the bail order was paused?
So I think the judge took a very careful approach, which we respect. It wasn't what we wanted, but, you know, we got Kelsey out of jail, and we're thrilled about that. She doesn't belong in jail. We want to fight this case from the street. This case is going to be resolved down the road. And, you know, we're going to do everything we can in this matter. We also have to focus on Kelsey being reunited with her baby and get into probate court a few doors down here. So we have a lot on the plate, but for now we just want to get Kelsey home with mom and dad and stepdad and family, and it's where she should be. We're all thrilled about that, and we're really happy. So.
One of the bail conditions is that she is not allowed to see her baby. She is not allowed to see her baby. It's also important to point out, some of you may not know, that the grand jury did not indict Kelsey. She was originally charged with attempted murder with a firearm. They did not indict her on that charge. So she has assault charges, I think, pending. I don't have my notes in front of me right now, but she's not allowed to see her baby until they get into probate court and try and fight that ex parte order that was granted to the baby daddy, who's a North Andover firefighter. They were engaged. And he went into court to get the order against her to take the baby away. And that's when these events unfolded, when 3 male North Andover police officers who were her co-workers came to her house. She had been out on leave for postpartum depression Everyone knew she was suffering from postpartum depression. And people were asking if she could see her baby. And the answer right now is no.
Mike?
How's the family doing? I know there's a lot of family members here today.
Yeah, well,
And that was Mike Crawford of Young Jerk's voice.
I always say Kelsey has a great family. I always feel like I'm halfway down the field in court when I have a great family sitting behind me in the front row, ready to do whatever they can do. And in this case, more than most, if not all, the family here has gone to extraordinary lengths to make sure that they can show the court that Kelsey is safe and protected and is where she needs to be.
Yeah, I'll just add, look, this young woman has faced a lot in becoming an officer of the court, a police officer. She's faced a lot since that day. She is committed to her family and friends, and she is committed to listening to the court and doing what she needs to do to get back on track. But in the end, we believe that when we have that day in court, she will be innocent. And so we look forward to that day.
Kelsey, want to say anything about just how it feels?
What do you think, Kelsey?
The truth will come out.
Thank you.
Truth will come out.
We want to get her home and relaxed.
The truth will come out, says Kelsey. Just take a quick peek here to see when this is next coming up in Lawrence District Court. I know that there's a probate court hearing coming up, but that's obviously not public. That's where they do their family court stuff. They call it probate court, right? In Massachusetts. And let me see if they also have her bail conditions and whether or not they've changed. So the only charge that the grand jury indicted on, well, 2 counts of assault with a dangerous weapon. The assault to murder, I think they did not indict on, so I don't know why this is still in the court computer. It says the charges were disposed. All right, so where are the bail conditions? They don't have them in the court notes. Usually they do. Oh, because it was in Superior Court, maybe? All right, if I can find them, I'll find them. But suffice to say, she's not allowed to see her baby yet. And as she said, the truth will come out. If you're not familiar with the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case, we've done several streams on it before. I will link them below, but also you can always look at the playlists to find them because we've been following this very, very, very closely. Very closely. Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns. Hi, Gamazoos. Kelsey was done wrong, she says. Everything stinks about this case. I hope you can cover this case. I've been covering it. Been covering it. Keep covering it. Hopefully one of these days there's going to be something that we can Zoom. And thanks for being with me for 20 months. It just flew. Thank you, Ms. Holmes. I think we addressed this. Who is the attorney, Martha Coakley? Anything. People have mixed feelings about her in the chat, but she was the first woman attorney general for the state of Massachusetts until 2015. Yes, that's the other thing. Mike Crawford said, because he was in court, and this hasn't been reported, that apparently Kelsey Fitzsimmons had surgery yesterday, and the court wanted her fitted with an ankle monitor on Monday. And everyone hung around for like 2 hours. It took like 2 hours for them to agree on all the conditions and to get her finally released. And they were sending her to probation to get the ankle monitor fitted. And Bradel said, Your Honor, Kelsey has another surgery scheduled for tomorrow, and many doctors will not do surgery with an ankle monitor. So how about like we come back after the surgery to probation and have them fit her with the ankle monitor then? And anyone who's ever had surgery knows you can't even wear your jewelry into surgery. And so the judge was like, yeah, no. So it was kind of unclear about whether or not they were going to have to cancel her surgery for yesterday. She's already had at least 4 surgeries due to the complications sustained from the gunshot wound to her chest, at least 4. And Normal Mom and Shock and Horror said, Mike said the judge was a bigger hurdle than the prosecution. Yes. So you should go back and watch Mike the Young Jerk's stream from Monday night because he reports about everything that he watched in court unfold. And he was very happy to be there. And I'm glad that many of us are like tag teaming on a lot of these Massachusetts cases so that some people can go to court, some people can report on it from home. I can go over the legal documents, and it's unintentional, but it's good the way that it works out. Right? Yeah. KBD says, can't believe the judge did this. Her health over a freaking ankle monitor. Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if her parents are allowed to see the baby, you know? Look what happened with those grandparents, the parents of Dan Markel. They were like never allowed to see the children, the grandchildren. It's crazy. And it was a female judge, which is kind of also a little bit, I don't know, unusual. But look, I can understand it because nobody in Massachusetts wants another Lindsay Clancy situation, right? Think of it that way. Think about Lindsay Clancy and what happened there, and think about all the judges who are now like skittish, right? And I get it. I can see both sides of this, but I feel sad that she can't see her baby. Andrew says, that alone makes me feel Wendy's guilt for her to keep the boys from the Markells. Why? Because she's hateful. Every case is different. That is true. Every case is different. And then Patty points out the fiance is a firefighter and probably has connections. The story's crazy. Please go back and watch the other streams. There's so much more to this that I haven't even been able to cover with you today, but it's hard to cover everything about every case when we're doing like a stream of catch up. And so, yeah, it's crazy what happened on their bachelor party weekend. And then he had been so supportive of her struggles with postpartum. And then all of a sudden he goes in and gets this order on his own. And there's no other evidence other than what he says. And then they take the baby away. The whole thing is ridiculous. The whole thing is scary. And again, it can happen to you. Okay. And now very briefly, because there is so much more to this case than I can report on to you today, but here's a brief introduction of the case of IRYNA ZARUTZSKA. And there's going to be, there was already squabbling about this case earlier in the chat, and I don't want anybody to get all worked up about it. And I'm just here to give you right now a brief introduction on this case. And we're going to watch the video from the light rail train, and it's just going to be brief because there is so much more to talk about. Andrea Burkhart, my friend and fellow law tuber, did a whole Substack article about it and about the mental health crisis in the United States and how judges don't take it seriously. And she'd be a great person to have on to go and talk about this at length a little bit further. And I would love to do that. And I will reach out to Andrea and see if she's available. But for right now, IRYNA ZARUTZSKA, 23 years old, is a Ukrainian refugee who was sitting quietly on a train in Charlotte, North Carolina on August 22nd when she was stabbed 3 times in the neck and killed by a man sitting behind her. Security video shows, and we're going to look at the video. It appeared to be a random attack. There's a fundraiser. I didn't know there was a fundraiser. So there was a fundraiser set up to support her family. This is an article from when 9/9. Today's 9/10 from yesterday in the Daily Mail. That a fundraiser for her family has been set up, and they've raised as of yesterday more than $110,000. And it says that IRA, that's what they called her, IRA, had only recently arrived in the United States, seeking safety from the war and hoping for a new beginning. An obituary said she fled Putin's war in Ukraine to start anew in America with her mother and siblings. Those who knew her said the art and restoration graduate shared her creativity generously, dreamed of becoming a veterinary assistant, and enjoyed adventuring. She was determined to love and learn, they said. The suspect in the case, identified by Charlotte Mecklenburg police as Decarlos Brown Jr., 34 years old, has been charged with first-degree murder. A judge has ordered him committed to a local hospital for at least 60 days for psychiatric evaluation, court records show. The suspect has a long criminal history and spent several years in prison for armed robbery, according to court records. Brown, who is homeless, was fare dodging at the time of the attack. CATS confirmed. CATS is the Charlotte Area Transit System. There was no security present in the car. IRYNA's heartbroken family said she had only recently arrived in the U.S. We just went over that part. And apparently she was working at a pizzeria and she was on the light, they call it a light rail train. She was on the train home in her uniform from working at the pizzeria. And this horrific incident happened. I think Decarlos Brown had something like at least 14 prior arrests. He had been cycled through the criminal justice system for at least more than a decade. He did a 5-year stint in Mecklenburg County for robbery with a dangerous weapon. And even his own mother told local TV that she sought an involuntary psych hold for him this year after he became violent at home. Doctors diagnosed him with schizophrenia. And his mother said that the court system failed the community by allowing him to roam free despite his serious mental health issues, according to Newsweek. His mother said he was placed under psychiatric monitoring for 2 weeks after she secured an involuntary confinement order when he was diagnosed with schizophrenia in 2014. She said that he became so aggressive that she had to kick him out of her home. And then the Daily Mail says, the murder only gained national attention after the initial reaction by Charlotte's mayor emerged. Days after IRYNA's death, Mayor Vi Lyles offered, quote, thoughts and prayers to relatives of the victim, whom she did not identify in her initial statement. Instead, she focused on the suspect's condition. Brown has spent most of his life in and out of prison. He served 5 years for armed robbery. As I told you, he was released in September of 2020 when he quickly resumed a life of crime. And this is tragic. And this raises a lot of questions about mental health and about the state's ability to involuntarily commit people over the age of 18. And I want to show you the video. I don't think it shows the actual stabbing, but I'm going to trigger warn you to please not watch this if this is going to trigger you. This video is the surveillance footage from the train. It is 56 seconds long. Guide your actions accordingly. And this is a much longer conversation to be had on another day. So here, if you're looking at your screen, here she is. She's sitting here, looking at her phone with her uniform on, and the guy in the red hoodie behind her is the guy who's going to take her life. She gets up, and that is right before the event occurs. But now they're going to zoom in, and then he walks away, and it looks like she's clearly still alive. She's moving. I mean, look at that again. I'm confused by this. He gets up. They don't show the actual stabbing. I mean, did she just bleed out on the train? I absolutely question. She's still moving. She's covering her mouth. A guy behind gets up and just like walks away. The woman next to her on her phone. I can't see any blood. She bled out on the train. She bled out on the train. I'm horrified. Oh, and I like how the stream I'm currently doing exactly right now is suggested by that video that I just played for you. I'm not going to show anything more graphic. I don't know if anything more graphic exists. But Live Free 7. I can give some background on mental health in North Carolina. I used to work in a state psych facility here. They shut down one of our state hospitals years ago and decreased beds on top. They've done that here in New York. They closed on Long Island the Kings Park Psychiatric Center. I don't remember when, but they just let everybody out into the street. They just literally let the patients go. And they're closing down all of the state mental hospitals, and it's a huge problem. And I would love to have that conversation with you another day. And I saw that you wrote me that long email, and I will take a look at it, and I will talk about this more deeply another day. But I just wanted to introduce this story to you because a lot of mainstream media is not reporting on it. A lot of mainstream media did not even say her name. IRYNA ZARUTZSKA. I'm sorry. IRYNA ZARUTZSKA. Say her name. And here's the gallery. Let's show some pictures of IRYNA because this needs to be about the victims always. Always. And then yesterday, I brought up the case of Daniel Penny. And some crazy person came into my comments about how dare you justify Daniel Penny strangling a man and killing him. Not what it's about. Here's IRYNA ZARUTZSKA. Beautiful, gorgeous, 23 years old, had her whole entire life ahead of her. Her whole entire life ahead of her. And yes, if Daniel Penny was on that train, he would have saved her life, I bet. He would have known what to do, being a former Marine. And you're never a former Marine. I'm sorry, a Marine, a combat veteran. I don't know if he was in combat, actually. But Daniel Penny, if you don't know that story, Daniel Penny subdued a paranoid schizophrenic who was full of drugs, including synthetic marijuana, on a New York City subway train. And the guy died. Daniel Penny was subduing him, not strangling him. Please watch the coverage if you haven't, before you come into my comments and accuse me of, being sympathetic to a killer like Daniel Penny. He was acquitted, but he was charged by a crazy Manhattan DA with manslaughter. He subdued the crazy person who came on the train and said, I'm going to kill everybody, and I don't care if I go to jail today, if nobody gives me money or whatever. He subdued him until the law enforcement got there. Law enforcement found a pulse on the guy. Bottom line, in my opinion, Daniel Penny may have saved a lot of lives that day. If Daniel Penny was on this train with IRYNA, this might not have happened, or he might have saved her life. And he's a hero, in my opinion. That is my opinion. And I'm sticking to it. A lot of testimony at that trial about the kind of hold that he had that guy in, all the drugs that were in his system, etc. But when you go around prosecuting people like Daniel Penny, the other people on the train, the Good Samaritans, are not going to step up so quickly. And here's again some still shots from the video. And here she is. She fled her home country of Ukraine to the United States in 2022, seeking safety from the war. Her family said on the GoFundMe, but she found the opposite. And it's heartbreaking. Absolutely heartbreaking. So go to the Daily Mail if you want to watch. They may have more video, but I don't want to play anything graphic because I'm just not in the mood for it today. And also, I don't want YouTube to strike me. And Lippy Trippy says that poor girl died alone in terror, surrounded by people who did nothing. And then somebody else pointed out that she was stabbed like in the carotid, and there's nothing anybody could have done. But But it's, Elaine says, Melanie, how was the judge able to be a judge when she had no law degree? Elaine, I saw that in passing, and I have not had the opportunity to get into that yet, but I think there's some buzz that the judge who released him last, the offender, the perp, the killer, did not have a law degree. I don't understand how that is. I have to look a little bit more into North Carolina requirements to be a judge, but that's a great question, Elaine, and I love you with all of my heart. Linnea Johansson says the judges that are personally invested in some cases should not be able to work as judges in those cases. And I don't know if that's referring to this case, or one of the cases that we've covered on today's stream. Kelly says people helped her after she was on the ground and figured out what happened. Okay, so that video just cut off. That video cut off. There's more to it afterwards. But again, you couldn't see, like in that video that we just watched, you couldn't see the blood right away. Like she grabs her neck and that's all you could see. And then Lori says there is a video showing she fell to the floor and it took over 2 minutes before anyone tried to help her. Very graphic, but so sad. And I'm glad that I didn't play it because as an empath, that will stay with me all day and then some. Hi, Derek. Derek Carney says Ronald Reagan closed down a lot of mental hospitals in the 80s. That's what created the insane, literally homeless situation in California. Oh, so sad. Thank you, Sherry, for pointing out that Ira is pronounced Ira in Russian and Ukrainian. Ira. Thank you. Ira. Eliza says, exactly. Thank you, Alvin Bragg, for causing the no good Samaritan action. Beautiful young lady. Misbehaving in Florida. That's why I love you guys, because we're so collaborative that you look stuff up on Google and then you put it in the chat and then I find it and it says, Google says, no, not all judges are required to have a law degree. Requirements vary significantly by jurisdiction and court level. That's scary to me. That's really scary. North Carolina, we're looking at you. Livy says she fell about 20 seconds after the I couldn't, you know what? I couldn't bring myself to watch any other video. I just couldn't. Like, I have like a threshold and I know when I've had enough. And that's heartbreaking to watch. Chivi says, RIP. IRYNA ZARUTZSKA. Chadzia says, we got the same problem with mental health and lack of hospitals and facilities in the UK. Psychology of 9 says because a lot of these mental health facilities were horrible, they need to revamp the whole system, including the foster care system, but I won't hold my breath. Misbehaving is back with more intel. Oh, and LOL eviction court. 17 states do not require a law degree for judges to handle eviction cases, say reports. I don't know. Shan says, keep looking at North Carolina, please. And Deneen says, North Carolina has magistrates that do not require law degrees. Do they have training? Like, I remember when we were covering, wait, Murdoch, was that North Carolina or South Carolina? And the coroner was like a funeral home director, had no medical experience at all. I don't remember if that was North Carolina or South Carolina, but you guys will tell me. South Carolina. Okay, thank you. But that's true, right? The coroner that came to the scene had no medical training at all. The coroner was like a funeral home director, if I recall correctly. Sandy B is here for 17 months and says, sorry, I was really late today. I'll allow it. I'll excuse it. No worries. No worries. Boston Girl 79 gifted a membership. Thank you so much, Teresa. Appreciate you so. Nicole says she slid to the floor. Everyone sat there. But apparently there's more to the video, Nicole, that we didn't see. And then people did get up and help, and I'm glad to hear it. I just don't want to watch the video. If you're looking for that video, you can probably go to Daily Mail and look for it, or you can probably Google it and find it that way. Live Free says, magistrates here do not have a law degree, judges do. Magistrates often set bail. Magistrate needs a 4-year degree or an associate's with 4 years relevant experience. Seems like pretty slim qualifications. I don't know. How do you feel about that, Live Free? You don't have to super chat, just put it in the chat. How do you feel about that? Do you think that's enough experience? I know you live there and you have experience in mental health, and you've been very generous today. Tricity says some state judges are elected and don't require law degrees. Again, inside out, upside down, insanity. 4 years of 4 years of relevant experience. Law school is 3 years, but you also have to pass the bar. Thank you, Elaine, for your very generous Venmo. Another amazing day. She says, thank you so much. I appreciate all your hard work. You're the greatest. I do it for you. I do it for you, my people. I love you guys with all of my heart. Miss Jessica says, Melanie for judge. I looked into it once. I did look into it when I decided that I wanted to not do litigation anymore because it was sucking the soul out of me after that 15-year fight with the Catholic Church. I looked into it. In New York, our judges are elected. It's very political. You have to raise a lot of money for the party to get the nomination. And I decided, yeah, no. And also, it was a huge pay cut. Judges do not make a lot of money in New York. They do not make as much money as attorneys. So it's insane. Danielle says, I used to go to New York City at 13 with friends and just hang out and take the path back to New Jersey. Nowadays, I would never, ever do that. It's a cesspool thanks to these no bail laws. A lot of people feel that way. Katie Kane says, our coroner is a funeral director. You need to transport a vehicle. You need a transport vehicle and a cooler. If you're willing, you're given the job in Georgia. Oh, MJ. Like, this needs Cardi B.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, I'm here.
What? What the what? Thank you, Lori G. I adore you even more. Thank you so much. Coroner is different than a medical examiner. I know. They're not doing an autopsy, but aren't they coming to pronounce people? But if in Georgia, all you need is a cooler and a transport vehicle, you can get the job? What? I don't know. That's crazy, don't you think? Cosgrove's reverse mortgage. Right. So you don't need to take the bar to be a judge in some states, Jessica. No, you just need 4 years of relevant experience. And it's Lisa. Lisa points out most of us here probably don't have law degrees and still would not have let that guy out. Oh my. Daisy and Rue's mom, Colorado, recently said that coroners must be medically trained statewide. It varied by county previously. Thank you, Skull Buffs. Proud alum, University of Colorado, Boulder. I loved it so much in Boulder that I stayed there to go to law school, and I went to University of Denver Law, but I lived in Boulder and I did the commute every day because I did not want to leave the Flatirons or Boulder, and I still love it with all of my heart. And luckily, I get to go back there very often. Yes, the man in the red hoodie was apprehended. Yes, he's in custody. And it's insane. We're gonna leave today with a laugh because we need it. Now I just have to find out where I can find the stuff that I saved on Instagram on my computer so that we can watch it together. USMC Cowgirl says some towns in Oklahoma have magistrate or city town judges that don't have law degrees and aren't in any form of law enforcement or legal field at all. For example, doctors, teachers, maintenance, etc. I love you too. I love you too. Hi, Tiff. In Williamsport, Pennsylvania, a stepmother left a little girl in the car. The girl passed away. The judge gave her a $25 fine. That's it. That's bone chilling. Oh, Bo is here. Adam Lally's resignation. Everyone's so confused. People are in the chat going, did Adam Lally resign? No, that's just her username and it's her wishful thinking. So she's going to Worcester Superior Court for 2 p.m. so she can hopefully report back on what's happening in the Josh Hubert trial. Thank you. She was also our boots on the ground at the Brian Camp trial, and that was awesome. So thank you for doing the Lord's work and going to Worcester so you can report back to us accurately on what happens in court this afternoon during that trial. And Nicole says, what color Cardi B wig for Miss Melanie? I don't know. I kind of loved her blonde wig. I loved her blonde wig because it was very Marilyn Monroe to me, but I thought all of her wigs were fire. And I thought that she was so well dressed every day. And I just found that trial to be so entertaining. It was like a great palate cleanser. Lily, did you see the letter to Marcy from Lindsay trying to get $50,000? No, I didn't see it. But what I think it is, Lily, and I don't think that's exactly correct, what it is. I think when you are going to sue a state actor, in this case, somebody like Cosgrove, you have to send a letter declaring your intention to sue, similar to like a notice of claim in New York. And I think that's what it was. So until I see it, I can't opine on it, but that's my impression of what I think that is. I don't think it's actually a demand for $50,000. I think it's like notice that I intend to sue Cosgrove, and he's one of your assistant DAs. And so here's the notice of that under the law, because she's got somebody obviously trying to give her some legal advice. It may not be very good legal advice, but it still is. Hang on for 1 second. All right. Let's watch some more Cardi B for a minute, because we need to leave on a good note and maybe a laugh. Oops. I don't know if I can figure out how to make this bigger. Hold on a second. Cardi B was on the streets of New York selling her CD or her CDs. Oh, here it is. Okay. It's going to be so fun. Hold on. Hello. Hello. I'm here. I'm here. She posted this. I mean, she's totally like using this. She's like a marketing genius. It looks like she's on the streets of New York City. You can let me know. But she's out there selling her CDs. This was 3 days ago.
$9.99. These are $50 right here. $20.
It's got Bob Marley in the background, but she's like, hello, $50, $50 or $5. It's not even expensive, her CDs, but she's out there on the streets of New York. And that's really her. She's really out there. And like, does nobody recognize her? It's crazy. I can't play the music because they'll strike me, but it's fantastic. Hawking her CDs and albums right there on the streets of New York City. I love it. And then, if you don't follow me on Instagram, the link is below. You can follow me there and get all kinds of other interesting information and things like concert footage and things that I do when I'm not on the tubes of you. Here's something she posted 17 hours ago. And here she's going on to, I mean, she's going out to like, here are the dates right here. I'll put them up. Long Island. She's going to Long Beach. She's going to Pennsylvania, Easton, Pennsylvania, New York City to do like meet and greets. And here she is talking about it.
Hear ye, hear ye. Due to the Imaginary Players music videos, Atlantic Records have done some deduction to my album's budget. So the new check has arrived and been received. And the new budget is $50. So due to the fact that the budget is $50 for my album, I have to go on the road and sell these CDs and vinyls myself. So I'm here to tell you that I might be going to your city next week, starting Friday. So let's see which are the luckiest, most famous, most wonderful, most grateful cities that have been chosen. Are you guys ready? So these are the dates and these are the cities that are chosen for me to come and do the.
It says she's got a sign that she's holding up that says meet and greet, the baddest. Am I the drama?
Meet and greet. In these locations, you're gonna be able to buy a CD and a vinyl, whatever you want. I don't care. Just buy it. The first city is Friday, September 19th, Long Island, New York. Saturday, September 20th, Eastern Pennsylvania. Yes, Pennsylvania. We're going up to there. Sunday, September 21st, New York, New York. We doubling back in the city. Like, you know, New York love each other.
And you can see behind her. She's obviously in New York City because you can see it looks like the Empire State Building right behind her through the window.
Monday, September 22nd, Atlanta, Georgia. Anyways, Tuesday, September 23rd, Houston, Texas. Get your fucking boots on. Yeah, that's right. And Thursday, September 25th, Long Beach, California. Yes, it's gonna be the best meet and greet ever. Make sure you gotta purchase a CD or a vinyl. Make sure you meet me there. And on top of that, what is on top of that? I'm just going through a very hard time right now. Like, I just don't know what I'm gonna do right now. Like, they want to put me back in the Bronx. Like I'm losing all my job and stuff like that. I'm just very devastated. And if you could just buy a CD and a vinyl or a box set, it would just be very, I'll be grateful. Hear ye, hear.
And that is that. You can go follow Cardi B on Instagram to get all the details for that. And I find her very funny. She doesn't have the kind of lyrics that I would ever let my kids listen to in my car. But I do find her to be very funny. Kiki says, thanks for being the voice to the ones that no longer can. Today was a lot. Everyone be gentle on yourself. Thank you, Kiki Kazoo. I appreciate you so very much, more than you know, every single one of you, for being here with me today. And Michelle, thank you so much for your Venmo. Says raising public awareness and promoting transparency in the CJS, or maybe SJC. I'm not quite sure. All right, my friends. Thank you so much for coming to hang out with me today. We covered a lot. I know it's been a lot. If you could do all the things that YouTube likes, thank the moderators, hit the like button, do all the things that YouTube likes, share the stream out, come back again. Let me know what other cases you want to cover. Make sure you have your notifications set. Make sure you hit the like button, and make sure you have your phone set to all notifications so that you will know when I go live, because oftentimes there's breaking news and I just go live on a dime. If you know, you know. Be kind to each other. Thank you, Deneen. Yeah, be kind to each other. It's easy. It's not hard. All right. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. I know you can do it. I know you guys can do it. But you know, there's a lot of people out there that have so much trouble with that. And it just is crazy. Peace, my friends. I'm going to see you real soon. Bye.